Chapter 636, With Just the Likes of Me. Chapter 636, With Just the Likes of Me. And Xian, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan's young lord, is also one of the strongest person among the young generation. Yu Xian naturally knew that even if she broke through, she could not possibly be in Xian's match too. Ha ha. Scared, right? Just with this bit of strength of yours, you also wish to occupy the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove too? Our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan cultivates the power of thunder and lightning innately. Obtaining these Thunder Essence Fruits is like adding wings to a tiger. A bunch of little foxes also have wishful thinking of getting a share of the Thunder Essence Fruits too? And Bing said see Keely. Yusun's expression changed several times but did not know how she should refute. The demon race world was even more particular about the prey being food and the strong feasting. Whoever's strength was greater, they would be the boss. The jade-faced fairy fox clan was weak. Even if this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove were fully in their territory, the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan would not give them the slightest opportunity either. Unless when the jade-faced fairy fox clan discovered this stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove and the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan did not discover it at all. This sort of situation currently, it was too hard for them to want to take a share of the loot. Seeing Yu Xian's expression, and Bing got even haughtier. Crawling up with a grunt, he did not care about the injuries on his body either and ordered his companions, "The few of you, put up a warning line for me. I want to see if these little foxes really dare to provoke our Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan or not." "Yes, Lord and Bing. Haha, truly, heaven is watching." A stretch of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove actually appeared here. With this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove, young Lord and Xian's strength will surely advance a step further. Before long, young Lord and Xian's strength might be able to catch up to, even Serpa's Wolfangs. At that time, it will be the opportunity for my Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan to truly rise up. And Bing seemed to have already seen the day the clan rose up. The flesh on his face somewhat started quivering excitedly. "Heh, aren't you, these little foxes, leaving yet? When young Lord and Xian arrives, it probably won't be that easy even if you all wish to leave." And Bing said with a snicker. The expression on Yu Xian's face was very ugly. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove was within the jade-faced fairy fox clan's domain. Could it be that they could only give up? How could she be willing? Yushu's dainty fists were tightly clenched too as she said with an indignant look, "This bunch of fellows is so unreasonable. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is clearly in our territory. They actually want to occupy it as their own. It's fine if they bully us normally. But such an immense lucky chance they are actually not giving us even a little bit." Yi Yuan smiled secretly in his heart. This Yushu little lass was really innocent. Thunder Essence Fruit, this lucky chance, forget that it was in the demon race, even if it appeared among human martial artists, it was also impossible to talk reason with you. Whoever's fist was big, whoever could get a share of the loot. Without strength, please go to one side and play. It was also that this Thunder Essence Fruit did not have much use to Tier 6 expert. Otherwise, how could the old fellows in the two clans sit still? But the Thunder Essence Fruit to martial artists Tier 5 and below was absolutely a heaven-defying treasure. This thing could directly increase combat strength. Even Yi Yuan was also palpitating with excitement towards it. "Do these guys frequently bully you guys?" Yi Yuan asked curiously. Yushu said huffily, "Yeah. Our Fox clan and their territory are the closest, and our strength is the weakest too. They don't dare to challenge the Blackwind Demonic Wolves clan, so they often come to bully us." "Like this, huh? Is that an Xian, or whatever, very strong?" An Xian is a middle-stage Tier 5 expert. Even if young Lord's strength improved greatly, she's not his match either, Yushu said. The two people were currently talking when a sharp and fierce aura arrived in a twinkle. A young and cold man appeared in front of everyone. "Young Lord, you finally arrived. And Bing could not help being overjoyed when he saw someone arrive. And Xian took a look at Bing and said with a frown, "You actually sustained injuries?" And Bing could not help choking up and explaining, "No idea what kind of lucky chance you xin that little fox acquired. Not only are her injuries healed, her strength even advanced by leaps and bounds. Younger brother isn't a match." Oh! And Xian only noticed Yu Xin at this time. Indeed, her strength increased greatly. Didn't expect that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. This little fox actually broke through to peak initial stage tier 5 already. And Xian was rather surprised. But he did not really pay it any heed in his words. Ignoring that Yu Xin was only peak initial stage tier 5, even if she was at the middle stage tier 5, she was not his match either. Yu Xin frowned and said, "And Xian, enough C.R.A.P. Let's still talk about the main topic. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove can be given to you guys, but my clan wants 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits." Yu Xion's words were already making incredible concession. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove only had a small piece in the Snake Clan's territory, but they only wanted 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits. It could be said to be swallowing humiliation to shoulder a heavy load. But when Yi Yuan heard Yu Xion's words, he shook his head secretly. At this time, either let the person get lost or they themselves scram. Saying such words was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. Indeed, after Xian heard Yu Xion's words, he immediately burst into laughter. That laughter was filled with disdain and mockery. 1/5? Sure, as long as you have the capabilities to take it away from my hands, so what if it's all given to you? Or... When Xian spoke until here, he paused for a bit. When Yu Xian heard, she still thought that Xian was planning on stating terms and could not resist asking, "Or what?" And Xian suddenly switched his expression and laughed lewdly and said, "Or you come and be my concubine. This 1/5 of the Thunder Essence Fruits will be the betrothal gift." When Yu Xian heard, her lovely body could not help trembling in anger. "You! Shameless!" Only at this time did she know that she was fooled by Xian. How could she still endure it? Raising her hand, she was going to deal with Xian. Overestimating your own ability. And Xian forced Yu Xian back with a very casual palm. He was unforgiving when getting the upper hand, following up with another palm and pressing on towards Yu Xian. Yu Xian met the attack calmly, and could still resist for a few rounds. Her head was still heated up for a time earlier. How could she still be Xian's match? In a panic, Yu Xian cried out and was already prepared to bear this palm of Xian's. But right at this time, there was a blur in front of her eyes. A big and tall figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Bang! Yi Yuan and Xian each fell back several steps, and Xian's face fell as he said, "Human?" He looked at Yu Xian with ill intent and said, "The rule in the God prohibited demon region is to immediately execute humans when seen. Your Fox clan actually dares to take in humans. Are you really not afraid of your clan being exterminated?" Yu Xian's expression changed, and she was just about to speak but was stopped by Yi Yuan's hand gesture. "A bunch of grown men bullying women. You guys really have the nerve too. This Thunder Essence Fruit Grove is in their territory, and you all actually seized it openly. Truly shameless." Yi Yuan said with a half-smile. "Humph. When is it your turn to meddle in our God prohibited demon region's affairs? The strong becomes the king. My fist is big, so what I say naturally goes." And Xian said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Then if my fist is bigger than yours, does this piece of Thunder Essence Fruit Grove belong to me?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, and Xian gave Yi Yuan a measuring glance and said with a cold smile, "With just the likes of you, a tier 4 human?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, with just the likes of me." Chapter 637, Bloodline Suppression. Chapter 637, Bloodline Suppression. Yi Yuan, you're not his match. Quickly move aside. Yu Xian hurriedly said when she saw Yi Yuan coming forward. Yi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Fighting is a man's affair. Women should go to the side to watch. These thunder essence fruits, I'm determined to have them. At that time, I'll split 1/5 with you all." These words were said without any reservation. It was just that in Xian's and the others' ears. It was simply a joke. Ha ha! You're not afraid of twisting your tongue when bragging. A puny little tier 4 human also dares to utter such words. Who gave you the courage? And Xian said with a loud laugh. Although that clash Yi Yuan had with him earlier was very fierce, that was only his momentary carelessness. Furthermore, he had not used much strength yet. If Yi Yuan thought that he had the qualifications to challenge him just like this, then Yi Yuan really did not know how the word death was written. Ha ha! Where did this joker come from? To actually dare challenge young lord. He's really complaining that he lived for too long. Are humans all this stupid? This kind of brain, how did he cultivate to tier 4? Human, we're so afraid. These thunder essence fruits, you take them all. Make sure not to be courteous with us. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. Ha ha ha. Yi Yuan's words incurred a wave of guffaws. In their view, Yi Yuan was simply here to be a joke. How could tier 4 martial artists possibly beat young lord? Towards this sort of mocking, Yi Yuan naturally did not take it to heart. He just hooked his finger at Xian. That sort of disdain was laid bare thoroughly. And Xian's expression darkened. If you're courting death yourself, then I can't be blamed. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill. And Xian extended his hand and beckoned. A horrifying power of lightning and thunder instantly enveloped the entire place. And Yi Yuan was situated in the heart of this lightning field. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill as the opening move. Looks like young lord was really enraged by this fellow. Heh, this fellow is really a joke. He doesn't know what a terrifying thing it is to infuriate young lord. TSK, nothing to see anymore. Once Dark Shadow Thunder Kill is unleashed, this fellow is dead for sure. Facing this horrifying lightning field, Yi Yuan was seemingly oblivious. His aura suddenly erupted abruptly, soaring straight to peak 4th level Soul C. Crossing a minor stage, Yi Yuan's aura became totally different. Those Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen who were still mocking Yi Yuan earlier all had their mouths gaping wide open at this time. Yi Yuan's current aura was actually not the slightest bit inferior to Xian. Oppression of the dragon race. This is the oppression of the dragon race. Could it be that this brat is a dragon race progeny? Bing suddenly exclaimed, sensing that oppressive power belonging to the dragon race bloodline. At this current moment, Yi Yuan fully exhibited the dragon race bloodline in his body. The Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clansmen whose strength were slightly weaker actually could not resist and bowed down. The hierarchy of the demon race was stringent. This sort of bloodline oppression was simply unable to resist. Without needing Bing to say, Xian naturally perceived it long ago. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan released actually made the demonic essence in his body had a feeling of going out of control. If not for his strength was much higher than Yi Yuan's, he would probably have followed the others at this time and bowed down. This was absolutely the purest dragon race bloodline. Otherwise, how could it possibly make his demonic essence be on the verge of losing control? Could this brat really be a dragon race progeny? But this brat did not have any traces of a demon from top to bottom. Seeing this scene, Yu Shu's small face was flushed red from agitation. It was like a fully ripe red little apple. Turns out that big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible. Back then when he fought with us, he didn't release all of the dragon pressure at all. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the chance to attack in front of him. Yu Shu said agitatedly. By the side, Yu Lung was taken aback from shock too. Only now did she know how great Yi Yuan's strength was. Just this dragon pressure, a demon with her strength could not give rise to the thought of resisting at all. This Yi Yuan, is he a human or demon? Yu Xian also unwittingly started to question her eyes. The dragon pressure that Yi Yuan displayed was too pure. If this dragon pressure were released towards the Fox clan, they would not be able to withstand it at all. This point one would know just by taking a look at those dark shadow lightning snakes. Yi Yuan looked at Xian indifferently and said, "You said just now that whoever's fist is bigger makes the call. Then let's measure whose fist is bigger." Flame movement, true dragon carnage. The moment Yi Yuan attacked, it was his strongest attack, and Xian's expression was indescribably nasty. Seeing Yi Yuan make a move, he attacked without hesitation as well. Dark Shadow Thunder Kill. Suppress for me. And Xian roared. Lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled within this area. Facing off with the fiery red colossal dragon, Yi Yuan fired out, except the lightning, which looked fierce and sharp, could not shake Yi Yuan's red dragon at all. Rumble. A huge rumbling sound was heard, and Xian directly vomited blood from being beaten to severe injuries. Young Lord, are you all right? The one move being exhausted, the dragon pressure on Yi Yuan's body converged following that too, before those dark shadow lightning snakes could recover. With one attack, Xian was already severely wounded and unable to battle anymore. The eyes he looked at Yi Yuan with was filled with hatred and fear. This human Tier 4 martial artist actually beat him to severe injuries. Now, can I take over this Thunder Essence Fruit Grove? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Looking at Yi Yuan, Xian even had the heart to die. This time, it was really trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. Not only could he not gain one Thunder Essence Fruit, but he was also even beaten until severely injured. And Xian gritted his teeth and said, "Consider yourself ruthless. Let's go." "No way. You guys can't leave." Yu Xian was just about to stop them but was stopped by Yi Yuan. Under Bing's assistance, Xian and the rest ran away with their tails between their legs. Yu Xian stomped her feet angrily and said begrudgingly, "You barely managed to beat Xian until he was severely injured. How can you let him go easily?" Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Although this Thunder Essence Fruit doesn't have great use to Tier 6 experts, it's absolutely a rare treasure. You think that with Xian here, their old ancestor won't pay attention to this incident? Beating up Xian with just severe injuries is fine. But if you want to kill him, the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan will have to receive the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor. Can you guys receive it?" Yi Yuan had long seen through that the strength of this Azure Mountain region's Tier 6 old ancestors were roughly the same and were wary of each other. That was why they tacitly agreed to let the juniors go and clash. Although Yu Huan's strength was a little weaker, she definitely had her own trump card too. And Xian's strength was not bad. The Snake clan's old ancestor definitely regarded him very highly. If they really killed Xian, the Snake clan's old ancestor would definitely blow his top off. At that time, the two clans fighting it out, Azure Mountain region's balance would be broken. It was likely very hard for the Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan to win, and they might be in danger of being annihilated. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Yu Xian could not help being taken aback. The Jade-Faced Fairy Fox clan was currently on its last legs. How could they endure the wrath of the Snake clan's old ancestor? If you want to kill Xian, you'll have to let your own strength become strong. With these Thunder Essence Fruits, why fret that you won't be Xian's match in the future? That fellow is nothing to be feared, Yi Yuan said coolly. Only after Yu Xian heard this did her worry turn to joy as she said happily, "Mr. Yi, by right, this fruit grove belongs to you now. Could it be that you're really going to 5/1/5 to us?" Thunder is basically a synonym for lightning in CN novels, unless specified otherwise. Chapter 638, Maturing Overnight. Chapter 638, Maturing Overnight. That is, of course. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Getting an affirmative answer, even with Yu Xian's composure, she almost jumped up too. Although she held back a little in order to uphold the item. 1. Tie of a young lord, the feelings of excitement was written on the face. That's great. Big brother Yi Yuan is really a very nice person. Yu Shu could not care that much and directly grabbed Yi Yuan's arm and started swinging. This Thunder Essence fruit grove was not small. Even 1/5 was also not a small number. With these Thunder Essence fruits, the Fox clan's strength would surely have a substantial increase. Those like Yu Xian might even be able to surpass SS and Xian within a short time. Even the ice-cold Yu Ling had a grateful smile hanging on her face at this time too. Really great. These Thunder Essence fruits at most still have a month to maturity. At that time, see who still dares to bully our Fox clan. Yu Xian said agitatedly. But Yi Yuan smiled and said, a month? Too long. Do you feel that the Snake clan will let us wait a month here peacefully? Yu Xian's heart thumped. You're saying, if they can't obtain the Thunder Essence fruits, how can they possibly watch us wait here for the Thunder Essence fruits to mature? Once they return to the clan, they will definitely spread this news out. At that time, the Fox clan will become a target for all, Yi Yuan said. Then what to do? My Fox clan is only the weakest existence among the Tier 6 demon races. We simply can't beat the other demon races. If the Blackwind demonic wolves get this intel. Yu Xian did not dare to continue thinking. According to Yi Yuan's deductions, the Fox clan was in an extremely perilous situation. Initially thought that they picked up a treasure. Who knew that it turned into a hot potato in a blink of an eye? Sometimes, obtaining a treasure was a huge lucky chance, and one could soar to the heavens in one bound because of it. However, if one did not have sufficient strength to protect these treasures, it would attract trouble, even a fatal calamity. Simple. As long as you harvest these Thunder Essence fruits before others come, that will do. Yi Yuan was totally unconcerned, as if he was talking about something trivial and ordinary. Except, Yu Xian was unable to understand. Harvest now? But these Thunder Essence fruits are not matured yet right now. The effects are not even 10% of the matured period. Such a weak effect, eating it and not eating it was also not much different. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not ripe, we can make it ripen. Go, follow me back to the clan. Yu Xian carried thick doubt and followed Yi Yuan back to the clan. Although she was BRIMMING with curiosity, Yi Yuan not talking, she also sensibly did not ask. At the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake clan territory, and Xian's complexion was deathly white but with unwillingness and rage written all over. And Bing, spread the news of the Thunder Essence fruit grove out for me. Now, immediately, right away. Remember, you must let Wolf Fong know. And Xian said furiously, let Wolf Fong know, and we won't get a single Thunder Essence fruit, and Bing said hesitantly. Do you think that we can get them now? I really didn't expect that brat actually possesses such pure dragon race bloodline. If not for so, how could I have been defeated by him? And Xian gritted his teeth and said, indeed, Yi Yuan only defeated An Xian flawlessly by relying on the suppression of bloodline power. Although Yi Yuan could temporarily break through to 4th level Soul C by relying on Origin Spirit 9 transformations, to want to defeat the middle stage Tier 4 An Xian, it was still a little lacking. Speaking of this, An Bing felt depressed. Even though he was a bit better than the rest, he was also not much better. Previously, under Yi Yuan's dragon race oppression, he was practically in a half-kneeling state already. Only his strength could barely withstand the dragon race oppression. Young lord, if it really can't be done, we better invite old ancestor to come out, An Bing said. And Xian's expression changed, and he rebuked, don't mention this matter anymore. Do you want to make the Azure Mountain region descend into a great war? Go now and spread the news about the Thunder Essence fruit. After Bing left, a figure slowly walked out from the darkness. Apologies, old ancestor. Xian was incompetent. And Xian was not surprised by the arrival. This person was the Dark Shadow Lightning Snake Clan's old ancestor, Unrong. That boy's strength indeed somewhat exceeded expectations. He actually possesses extremely pure dragon race bloodline. I was not far away back then. This matter can't be blamed on you, Unrong said coolly. And Xian raised his head to take a look at Unrong, wanting to speak but stopped. Anything you want to ask, just ask away, Unrong said. The Fox clan harboring humans, can't we use this as an excuse to exterminate them? With old ancestors' strength, that Yu Huan should not be a match. Actually, Xian was very puzzled too. Why was his own old ancestor present but did not take any action? To be able to become a Tier 6 demon clan, which one would be a pushover. It's true that my strength is stronger than Yu Huan's. But the Fox clan definitely has hidden cards that we don't know about. Unless it's a last resort, we won't make a move, Unrong said with a smile. And Xian's gaze turned intent, and he revealed an apprehensive expression. The Snake clan naturally had their own hidden cards too. But to be able to make old ancestor wary as well, seems like every Tier 6 demon clan was not to be underestimated. After Yi Yuan returned to the tribe, he paid a visit to several high-level shamans in the clan. After coming out of their places, he started close seclusion. That evening, Yi Yuan exited seclusion. There was already a large group of people packed at the entrance. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Uxian went forward and asked Fidgety, "How is it?" Yi Yuan threw her a large bag and said smilingly, "Of course it succeeded. This thing is called Jingyan powder. Dissolve it with water, then sprinkle it on the roots of the thunder essence fruit trees." Uxian's expression became strict, and she said to Yuling, "Heard Mr. Ye's words? Bring people to handle it right now." "Yes." Yuling received the order and left. "Come, let's go to the thunder essence fruit grove. It should be roughly done tomorrow morning," Yi Yuan said. Yuling was still very capable and experienced when doing things. Very soon, she finished watering all of the thunder essence fruit trees. "Alright, everyone has toiled for a day. All take a rest yourself. Tomorrow morning, we'll see the outcome," Yi Yuan said. The next morning, that power of thunder and lightning which was terrifying until it made people feel asphyxiated, startling everyone awake. My God, how is this possible? Overnight, these thunder essence fruits actually all matured. Too inconceivable. Mr. Yi is truly God-like. To actually be able to turn something rotten into something magical. Yushu leaped up happily. "Big brother Yi Yuan, you're really too incredible. That whatever Jingyan powder, I couldn't discern any mystical aspect. But it actually produced such an inconceivable effect." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is just the lowest grade Jingyan powder. If the materials were sufficient, making these thunder essence fruits ripen instantaneously isn't impossible either. But sadly, the conditions were limited. This Jingyan powder's grade was still a little low. The thunder essence fruits matured through acceleration, they will still lose around 10% of the effect. As an alchemist, it was coming into contact with these spirit medicines year in year out. Forget about the thunder essence fruit, even those Tier 8, Tier 9 spirit medicines, Yi Yuan had ways to accelerate their maturing too. But with the current conditions, to be able to achieve this step was already extremely not easy. Chapter 639. Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. Chapter 639. Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood. I don't even dare to imagine that these thunder essence fruit could actually all ripen overnight. This is simply an ability that GODs and devils can't fathom. Some trifling flaws, Mr. Yi don't need to take it to heart. By the side, Uxian had already been dazed long ago. The scene that happened before her eyes was seriously too miraculous. As for the 10% loss, she did not care at all. These many thunder essence fruits was enough to make up for that bit of loss. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Stop looking. Everybody go in and harvest the thunder essence fruit. This stretch of thunder essence fruit grove isn't small. 1/5 of the thunder essence fruits should be plenty for you all to use. Move a bit faster. I reckon that there are already people on the way." Uxian nodded and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Yi." The allure that these thunder essence fruits had towards the jade-faced fairy fox clan was seriously too great. Their combat strength leaned to the weak side originally. These thunder essence fruits was an opportunity for them to become strong. Yi Yuan also entered the thunder essence fruit grove, but did not immediately harvest the thunder essence fruit. Previously, Yi Yuan already estimated the thunder essence fruits visually before. One thunder essence fruit tree had around 100 thunder essence fruit. This thunder essence fruit grove had roughly 100 over thunder essence fruit trees. Adding them up, there was roughly 10,002 to 300 thunder essence fruit. Splitting 1/5 and giving to the Fox clan, Yi Yuan himself had around close to 10,000 in quant. One tai. Actually, Yi Yuan did not need so many thunder essence fruit. When just starting to refine the thunder essence fruits, one could indeed receive excellent effects and could rapidly increase the power of thunder and lightning. But consuming too much, the effects would be greatly discounted, all the way until at the back there would be virtually no effect. According to Yi Yuan's estimation, him refining 3,000 thunder essence fruits alone was about there. But Yi Yuan was not very concerned about these. He started strolling around the grove, looking in all directions constantly, seemingly searching for something. The grove was not big. Yi Yuan looped once very quickly, but his brows started to furrow. Could it be that my conjectures were wrong? This thunder essence fruit grove's appearance was just a coincidence? Impossible. These thunder essence fruits' quality is pretty good. There must be a thunder attribute treasure nearby. Yi Yuan did not give up, sauntering around the grove again. But circling around several times, Yi Yuan still did not have any discovery. Just as he was almost giving up, he suddenly glimpsed an inconspicuous thunder essence fruit tree out of the corner of his eyes. That thunder essence fruit tree was exactly the same as the other trees and did not seem to have any difference. But Yi Yuan accidentally noticed, just now, that thunder essence fruit tree grew a small flower on it. The small flower was not big. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice at all. It was just that this small flower on the tree branch appeared very disharmonious. But it not being harmonious, Yi Yuan did not mind. Because with Yi Yuan's understanding towards heaven and earth spiritual forms, this little flower by itself was sufficient. A hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth as he muttered to himself, "Ho-hoo, nearly got fooled by you. Didn't expect that this stretch of thunder essence fruit grove was actually catalyzed and formed from an origin magnetism spirit wood. No wonder it has such quality. Your disguise was indeed flawless. But no matter how you disguise, this origin magnetism spirit flower can't be concealed. Because that's where the quintessence of your lifeblood lies." Yi Yuan was astonished and pleasantly surprised at this time. He had long guessed that this stretch of thunder essence fruit grove definitely had a thunder attribute treasure. But he never thought that this treasure was actually an origin magnetism spirit wood. Origin magnetism spirit wood was a thunder attribute supreme treasure. After a martial artist refined it, not only could they possess the power of thunder and lightning, they could even evolve along with the origin magnetism spirit wood's evolution. This origin magnetism spirit wood was the jinx of all corrupt and wicked things in the world. Possessing the origin magnetism spirit wood, 100 evils could not invade. Such a treasure, even Yi Yuan could not resist being moved to. This origin magnetism spirit wood was a psychic thing. When Yi Yuan slowly approached, a chunk of wood separated from that thunder essence fruit tree and was going to escape far away. Yi Yuan was prepared long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Straight away, Yi Yuan's finger moved lightly. A tuft of flames instantly surrounded the origin magnetism spirit wood. That was precisely the cleansing sandal flame lotus's original body. Under Yi Yuan's painstaking nurturing, the cleansing sandal sacred flame already infinitely approached Tier 5. Its power was even less comparable from in the past. What the origin magnetism spirit would feared most was fire. Now that Yi Yuan's essence fire came out, the origin magnetism spirit wood immediately froze there, not daring to even move. Thunder belonged to metal sup 1/sup. What it feared the most was fire, let alone Yi Yuan's essence fire. Yi Yuan did not hesitate. Using the essence fire to confine the origin magnetism spirit wood, he started refining directly. This origin magnetism spirit wood's rank was not high. It was merely just a Tier 5 object. It was also fortunate that it was like this that those Tier 6 old monsters were not moved. If this origin magnetism spirit wood matured a little more, the thunder essence fruits catalyzed would probably not be that simple anymore. If even those Tier 6 old monsters were moved too, then it naturally had no business to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Around 2 hours later, Yi Yuan finally finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood. During the process of refining, Yi Yuan obtained tremendous benefits too. The most straightforward reaction was breaking through a minor realm right away, reaching peak 3rd level Soul C. Just one more step and Yi Yuan could break through to middle stage Soul C. Yi Yuan breaking through, the commotion caused would naturally not be small. Uxian did not think that Yi Yuan would actually break through here. Afraid of her clansmen disturbing Yi Yuan, she commanded that people were absolutely not permitted to go over and disturb Yi Yuan. All the way until Yi Yuan finished refining the origin magnetism spirit wood, then only did Uxian go over to say hi. Congratulations to Mr. Yi for breaking through. Mr. Yi is truly a cultivation genius. Just how long has it been and you actually broke through to the 3rd level Soul C already? At the same time she was congratulating, Uxian was overwhelmed with a vicissitude of emotion too. Don't look at how Uxian's age did not seem old. Actually, she was already over 100 years old. It was just that her age was not considered old in the demon race. But Yi Yuan was a true blue teenager. Such improvement speed truly made people perspire from shame. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Hoo, just a minor boundary. Doesn't count as much. Are the thunder essence fruits all harvested finish?" Uxian nodded and said, "Earlier, I saw that Mr. Yi was breaking through over here, so I didn't let them come here to collect. The other places thunder essence fruits are already harvested finish." As she was talking, Uxian paused. Said Yi Yuan a storage ring. "Mr. Yi, these are your thunder essence fruits. There are a total of 10,000. Please check." Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly receiving the storage ring and saying, "All right. I'm going to refine the thunder essence fruits on the spot. You help to guard me." Uxian gave Yi Yuan a somewhat surprised glance, but nodded her head and did not say anything. A thunder attribute treasure like this, whoever saw it would not be able to resist refining directly as well. Yi Yuan's conduct was within reason too. Actually, after Yi Yuan refined the origin magnetism spirit wood, the enhancement that these thunder essence fruits had to the power of thunder and lightning within his body was already very limited. The reason why he chose to refine in front of Uxian was only just in order to pull the wool over people's eyes. If he did not refine the thunder essence fruits, using the power of thunder and lightning at that time would appear too unexpected. One could not be without vigilance against others. The origin magnetism spirit would this kind of treasure, even Tier 6 experts would be moved when they saw too. One had to know that this thing could evolve. As long as one slowly nurtured with their essence energy, evolving to Tier 6 was also just a matter of time. G.O. D knows if Yuan would have any malicious intent aroused if she saw this origin magnetism spirit wood. Chapter 640, Wolf Fong. Chapter 640. Wolf Fong. At present, rays of brilliance appeared on Yi Yuan's body, his imposing momentum looking very appalling. This was not a false impression that Yi Yuan constructed. Different from the origin magnetism spirit wood's internal effect, the effects of the thunder essence fruit manifested outwards. Yi Yuan swallowed over 1,000 thunder essence fruits in one go. It was also no wonder he would have such a powerful aura. Uxian was long stunned by the sight. There were actually people who refine thunder essence fruits like this. If it were her, she would have long been directly stuffed to death by the powerful thunder and lightning force. It was just that Yi Yuan had the origin magnetism spirit wood as the base, and his physical body was exceedingly formidable too. So these thunder essence fruits were nothing much to him. Not good. Young lord, we're surrounded by the Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. They said to let us hand over the thunder essence fruits. Yi Yuan was currently refining the thunder essence fruits when a Fox Clan's member came in front of Uxian in FLU. Uxian's expression changed, and she said, "Came so quickly. Go, head outside and sweep away these cannon fodders first, and the main guy will most likely have to come out." Uxian turned her head around and discovered that Yi Yuan already finished the refinement and walked behind her. Yi Yuan brought Uxian along and exited the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove together, and discovered that a large group of people already arrived outside at present, encircling the Fox clan tightly. "Gu Xie, Gold Sun, you guys actually came to my Fox clan's territory to act wildly. Do you really take us to be easy to bully?" Uxian said furiously to the two at the front. Yi Yuan gave that Gu Xie and Gold Sun a measuring gaze and discovered that their strength was actually not weaker than in Xian. But very clearly, these two people were only here to spearhead the attack. The true opponent had yet to appear. Yi Yuan was rather curious how powerful that Wolf Fong's strength was, to actually be able to order this Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan and the Flux Gold Rat clan. That Gu Xie took a glance at Uxian and said with a cold smile, "Thunder Essence Fruit, this sort of heaven-defying treasure, could it be that your Fox clan wishes to pocket without sharing? Our Crimson Water Nether Scorpion clan doesn't want much either. Just 3,000 will do." Gold Sun was S.H.I. plus FTYI'd, but said with a sinister look, "Those who see has a share. Our Flux Gold Rat clan only want 3,000 Thunder Essence Fruits as well." Uxian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan stepped forward and said coolly, "Those who see has a share? Did you guys saw it?" Gold Sun could not help stopping. Taking a look at the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove behind Yi Yuan, how was there still any hint of the Thunder Essence Fruits? Very clearly, those Thunder Essence Fruits were long harvested clean by the Fox clan. "Heh, you're the human brat that the Fox clan took in? Uxian, your Fox clan truly has such incredible nerve, to actually dare to risk universal condemnation and take in a human." Regarding Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai Uxian was not worried long ago. She said indifferently, "Mr. Yi possesses extremely strong dragon race bloodline and is one family with our demon race. What's the meaning of your words?" "Enough nonsense. The essence energy that this brat cultivates is exceptionally pure. If he isn't human, can he be of the demon race?" Gu Xie said disdainfully. "Humph. It's true that the essence energy Mr. Yi cultivates is extremely pure. But the dragon blood in his body is even purer. Didn't An Xian tell you guys that he nearly kneeled down under Mr. Ye's dragon pressure?" Uxian said without yielding in the slightest. Gu Xie and Gold Sun were both taken aback inwardly when they heard. They only knew that the Fox clan took in a human boy and truly did not know that Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was actually so powerful. And Xian's strength was not weaker when compared to any one of them, and he actually could not endure Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. How pure did the bloodline on this brat's body have to be? Humph. Boasting, you got to prepare a draft too. How can a puny little human possibly possess such pure dragon race bloodline? Uxian, you're too naive. You don't think that you can scare us away with just a few words, right? Gold Sun said with a cold sneer. Evidently, Gold Sun did not believe that Yi Yuan could possess such pure dragon race bloodline at all. How was this possible? Forget about Yi Yuan, even in the entire God prohibited demon region, there was no one with such pure dragon race bloodline. Yi Yuan looked at Gold Sun and Gu Xie. Giving a light snort, he said disdainfully, "Two morons." Gu Xie and Gold Sun's faces both changed. Their eyes became sharp, and they said in chorus, "Boy, are you courting death? The ones courting death are you guys." As he said this, Yi Yuan's dragon might was released fully. The imposing momentum on his body rose to the peak. Gu Xie's and Gold Sun's expressions changed drastically. Only at this time did they know that Uxian's words earlier was not exaggerated in any aspect at all. This Yi Yuan's dragon race bloodline was too daunting. The current Yi Yuan in their eyes was like a lofty celestial deity, while they themselves were two ants. Similar within Xian, the demonic essence in Gu Xie and Gold Sun's body became restless and unsettled. That sort of desire to submit sprouted out uncontrollably, while the clansmen behind them all kneeled down one by one as if paying respects to a sovereign. Two morons, being exploited as cannon fodders by people, and are still gleeful like children. The Thunder Essence fruits are right here. If you have the capabilities, come and take them yourselves, Yi Yuan said coldly. Each time Yi Yuan broke through a minor boundary, the dragon blood within his body would be stimulated even further. The dragon race's pressure on his body would be even more as well. The dragon pressure that he released now was even stronger than what An Xian felt back then. Gu Xie and Gold Sun did their utmost best to resist Yi Yuan's dragon pressure. Complicated expressions appeared on their faces. They discovered that what Yi Yuan said was not wrong at all. They did not know anything and came running to the Fox clan to raise a hue. They originally thought that the Fox clan was just a soft persimmon, and under their two clans partnering up, the Fox clan would surely suffer a great deal. In the end, only after they arrived here did they discover that this human brat was actually this powerful. And Xian, that punk, definitely suffered a huge loss at Yi Yuan's hands. Otherwise, why would he be so nice to reveal the news about the Thunder Essence fruits? Gu Xie's and Gold Sun's bowels turned green from regret. Still not scramming off for me? Yi Yuan glared and said fiercely. What an arrogant tone. Even if you possess dragon race bloodline, you're merely just a tier 4 trash, that's all. A hero isn't so easy to be. Right then, a voice suddenly was heard. Right on the heels, a figure charged towards Yi Yuan with incredible speed. Ah, Mr. Yi, be careful. Uxian had just finished shouting to warn him, but that figure arrived in front of Yi Yuan long ago. Bang, bang, bang. In a blink of an eye, that figure already exchanged several dozen moves with Yi Yuan like lightning. By the time everyone came to their senses, Yi Yuan and that figure already separated. Such an exchange simply made people feel out of breath. All the way until now did everyone finally see clearly who the arrival was. When the Fox clan saw the arrival, their faces all changed drastically, especially Uxian. This person was the Wolf Fong who nearly killed her. This man was the strongest person in the entire Azure Mountain region's junior generation. Standing there, an overwhelming aura emitted out. Under everyone's astonished eyes, his aura could actually contend with Yi Yuan's dragon pressure as equals. Indeed, Wolf Fong was still powerful, same as before. Can't even take me, this trash, down. Looks like you, this dumb wolf, are nothing more than just a trash as well. Yi Yuan looked at the Wolf Fong opposite and said coolly. Chapter 641. Demonic Transformation. Chapter 641. Demonic Transformation. Wolf Fong's expression darkened, and he looked towards Yi Yuan and said, a sharp tongue. You don't know life from death. Hand over the Thunder Essence fruits, and I'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan said smilingly, said that you're dumb and you're still unwilling to concede. Now I'll tell you to hand over your inner core. Will you hand it over or not? What a sharp tongue. As long as you have this capability, no harm in taking it away either, Wolf Fang said with a cold smile. I'll return these words to you as well. If you have the capabilities, take the Thunder Essence fruits away, Yi Yuan said without any reservation. During this period of time, Yi Yuan had constantly been hearing how incredible and powerful Wolf Fang was and really wanted to experience it a little. With that round of testing the waters earlier, although both parties knew that the other guy's strength was not weak, they both did not feel that they would lose. Geniuses all had their own pride and absolute self-confidence. How could they admit defeat that easily? But Wolf Fang's strength was indeed very formidable. He could actually rely on his own strength to cut off the dragon pressure. This was absolutely not what ordinary demons could do. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Wolf Fang should have awakened divine beast bloodline. Even though it was extremely faint, his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Using it to withstand the dragon pressure was still achievable. Of course, Yi Yuan did not plan on relying on the dragon pressure to be able to make myriad beasts submit either. In the end, he still had to rely on his own fist. All right then. I'll come and take it myself. Wolf Fang finished talking and swept over towards Yi Yuan directly like a fierce gale. Illusionary Wolf Fang Fist. In midair, Wolf Fang suddenly manifested countless incarnations, covering the sky and earth as he attacked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan just gave a vacant smile when he saw the situation. He then slowly closed his eyes. Heart-like monolith. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Yi Yuan directly entered into Heart-like monolith heart realm and broke through to 5th level Soul Sea. Even the essence devouring confounding fog could not confuse Yi Yuan. How could merely illusions hoodwink Yi Yuan's eyes? Under Heart-like monolith, all activities in the surroundings were all within Yi Yuan's grasp. Talking about it was slow, but all of this was actually something that happened in a blink of an eye. Right at this time, Yi Yuan turned around abruptly and unleashed a punch at Wolf Fang. Bang! The illusions which filled the skies scattered. Yi Yuan and Wolf Fang were both blasted flying out by each other. The exchange this time, they were evenly matched. Yet, this was completely not the case the way others saw it. Wolf Fang was practically the synonym for invincibility in the Azure Mountain region. There was no body who could view his back in the young generation at all. But this opening move earlier was actually unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. When Gu Xie and Gold Sun saw this scene, their faces had unspeakable solemnness. Did this fellow make a wild guess? This move of Wolf Fang's can be said to be unsolvable. How did he know that was Wolf Fang's true self? Gu Xie said in astonishment. Wolf Fang's illusionary Wolf Fang Fist was very famous in the entire Azure Mountain region. Gu Xie naturally knew its power. But it was precisely because he knew that the shock in his heart was even greater. Those illusions were all condensed and formed by Wolf Fang with essence energy. Each one had Wolf Fang's aura, and this caused an immensely confusing situation. Differentiating which one was real was exceedingly difficult. But those illusions did not seem to have any effect at all in front of Yi Yuan. In just a twinkle, Yi Yuan found the main body. Illusion-type martial techniques had a trait. As long as one found the main body, this move was basically useless already. But the problem was, did Yi Yuan really see through it, or was his luck good? Should be a wild guess, right? How can this move of Wolf Fang's be that easy to crack? Gold Sun had shock written all over his face too. Wolf Fang's expression was as dark as water. He similarly did not believe that Yi Yuan cracked his martial technique that easily. Illusionary Wolf Fang Fist. Wolf Fang unleashed this martial technique once more, and the commotion this time was even more massive than before. For a moment, the sky was filled with Wolf Fang's illusions. This time, Wolf Fang hid even more carefully. He was confident that Yi Yuan absolutely could not see through. Yet, things did not develop like he imagined. Yi Yuan accurately found him once again. Rumble. The two people were evenly matched again. It's not a wild guess. This. How did he find the real body? Gu Xie's face had shock written all over it. How can this fellow be so strong? Luckily, we didn't fight with him just now. Otherwise. Gold Sun recalled how arrogant they were to Yi Yuan just now and was filled with fear after the incident at this time. Fortunately, Yi Yuan only pressured them with dragon pressure earlier and did not really attack. Otherwise, they would definitely be too miserable to look at right now. Yu Shu had an excited face currently. She grabbed hold of Yu Ling's hand and said agitatedly, "Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible! Big brother Yi Yuan is so incredible! Did you see that, big sister Yu Ling? That is Wolf Fang. Wolf Fang is actually helpless against big brother Yi Yuan." Even though the shock that Yi Yuan brought to Yu Ling was already a lot, it was far from as intense as this time. Wolf Fang was practically an undefeatable existence in their hearts. But facing Yi Yuan, he actually could not do anything at all. Yu Ling believed that as long as the Fox clan protected the Thunder Essence fruits, they would surely rise up. I saw it. I saw it. Mr. Yi, he is really formidable. Maybe encountering Mr. Yi is our Fox clan's enormous lucky chance. The current Yu Ling actually swept away the frost manner she had previously and became like Yu Shu, becoming Yi Yuan's loyal admirers. Hee, big sister Yu Ling, you were still saying to definitely kill big brother Yi Yuan back then. Now you're actually also. Shut up. You, this lass. Asking for a beating, is it? That. Hee, just kidding. I know that big sister Yi Ling was also for the sake of the Fox clan, Yu Shu said with a giggle. Terrific lad. Indeed rather capable. No wonder you're so rampant. Wolf Fang said solemnly. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, It's not that I'm capable, but you, this dumb wolf, are too stupid. Illusions. This sort of hollow display is only good for fooling some rookies, that's all. You aren't relying on this to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region, right? When Yi Yuan's words were said, everyone had an impulse to spew blood. Was this a hollow, empty display of skill? Then what was genuine ability? So what if you've broken my illusions? Now, I'll let you take a look at what I'm relying on to be so unbridled in the Azure Mountain region. When Wolf Fang finished talking, his entire person's aura transformed. His body gave off thick black gas. Young Lord Wolf Fang actually demonized. This fellow is truly terrifying. I've been at the Azure Mountain region for so long and have yet to see anybody who can force Young Lord to demonize. Young Lord possesses the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline. After demonic transformation, his strength will have a huge increase. This fellow is dead for sure. Wolf Fang's demonic transformation caused a stir. Very clearly, this sort of demonic transformation was very rarely seen. After demons take form, maintaining human form was beneficial to their cultivation. But their truly powerful state was still demonic transformation state. Under the black gas's embrace, a savage black demon wolf appeared in front of everyone. The demon wolf revealed sharp wolf fangs and sharp claws, looking very harrowing. Wolf Fang's pair of pitch-black eyes stared at Yi Yuan ferociously, his gaze revealing a murderous gleam. But when Yi Yuan saw the situation, he laughed without any care and said, I say, turns out that you, this dumb wolf, still has some capabilities. To actually possess the divine beast Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline. But isn't this bloodline of yours a little too faint? The demonized Wolf Fang actually uttered human words out of his mouth. He said, I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 642. Origin Magnetic Field. Chapter 642. Origin Magnetic Field. Swaz. H. Plus Wolf Fang had just finished speaking, and he instantly vanished from sight. Bang! An intense collision. Yi Yuan was knocked flying out directly. After the demonic transformation, Wolf Fang's speed was simply unfathomable. Apart from Yi Yuan, practically no one could see Wolf Fang's trajectory trails clearly. Ah! Big brother Yi Yuan. When Yushu saw this scene, she could not help getting a huge shock and was going to dash towards Yi Yuan. Swaz. Plus it was only to hear the sound of the air howling. Wolf Fang actually headed for Yushu, but at this time there was already an body who could react to it. Except for Yi Yuan. Bang! Under the situation where no one saw how he made his move, Yi Yuan was sent flying out hugging Yushu. What happened just now? Wasn't that brat injured? How did he save that little fox? No idea. Couldn't see it clearly at all. The two of their speed is too fast. Too scary. After Wolf Fang demonized, his speed and strength most likely increased a fold. This brat could actually still react to it. If it were me, I'd have been directly killed in a single move by Wolf Fang. Just now, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan reached Yushu's side instantly, and he blocked the attack of Wolf Fang, whose strength had skyrocketed. But the scene that happened earlier was seriously too fast. Yi Yuan could only just save Yushu. Therefore, Wolf Fang still succeeded, wounding Yi Yuan. Poo work. A mouthful of blood spewed from Yi Yuan's mouth. Fresh blood dyed Yushu's clothes red. Ah! Big brother Yi Yuan, it's all my fault. Sniff, sniff. If not in order to save me, you wouldn't have suffered injuries. Sniff, sniff. Yushu started crying in Yi Yuan's embrace. Yi Yuan received a blow from Wolf Fang. His insides were experiencing indescribable pain. Fortunately, Yi Yuan avoided the attack from reaching his vitals by a hair earlier. Or else, he would already be a dead person now. This Wolf Fang was truly unscrupulous. When fighting with him, he actually still dared to harm the innocent. If it were others, then forget it. But Yi Yuan's impression towards Yushu was pretty good. He naturally could not bear to watch her be killed by Wolf Fang passively. Succeeding in one blow, Wolf Fang finally revealed his figure. Boy, you indeed have some skills. Under my demonized state, you can actually barely manage to keep up with my speed. But your heart is too soft and not suitable for this world where the prey is food and the strong feast. A person like you is bound to not walk far. Wolf Fang said delightedly with a gaping, savage-looking mouth. Just now, Yushu suddenly ran out. Wolf Fang had a flash of inspiration and thought of sneak attacking Yushu. In the end, Yi Yuan really fell for it, using his own body to help Yushu block this attack. And body felt that Wolf Fang doing this was in any way inappropriate. The demon world was this cruel. Whoever could live, whoever would be the victor. Yi Yuan slowly stood up but did not pay attention to Wolf Fang's taunts. He forced a smile at Yushu and said, Big brother Yi Yuan is fine. Big brother Yi Yuan will help you all slaughter these fellows, alright? Sniff, sniff, don't. You're already hurt and definitely not Wolf Fang's match. We'd better give the Thunder Essence fruits to them, Yushu said sobbingly. If it were others, Yi Yuan would surely think that this was being afraid of Wolf Fang. But Yi Yuan knew that this little S was thinking about his safety. If Yushu clung to life and feared death, she would not have run out suddenly just now as well. Even a fool knew that that kind of situation was very dangerous. Ha ha! What shameless boasting! You couldn't even keep up with my speed when you were at full power. Now that you suffered heavy injuries, what's your basis for killing me? Boy, just based on this sentence of yours, I'll let you die a horrible death. Wolf Fang said savagely. Yi Yuan pushed lightly, sending Yushu to Uxian's side. Take good care of Yushu. If anything happens, you'll be held responsible. Yi Yuan said coolly. Uxian's expression changed, and she said with a nod, Rest assured. With me around, she'll be fine. Uxin had thought that Yi Yuan was using Yushu as an excuse all along. She did not think that Yi Yuan actually disregarded his well-being and almost lost his life under Wolf Fang's claws earlier for Yushu's sake. Could it be that Yi Yuan was interested in Yushu? Otherwise, why would he strive so desperately? To talk about looks, she was only above Yushu's. Yi Yuan had no reason to take fancy on Yushu. Uxin obviously did not know that as long as Yi Yuan acknowledged a friend, he would do this for all. Settling Yushu down, Yi Yuan involuntarily looked at Wolf Fang and said, "You, a dumb wolf, court death yourself. Then don't blame me." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly vanished. But Wolf Fang gave a cold snort and said, "Shameless boasting. Overestimating your own ability." Finished talking, his figure unexpectedly vanished too. Bang! The two people clashed once more. But this time, Wolf Fang was sent flying out directly. The Wolf Fang after the demonic transformation, his skin was COA-RSE and his flesh was thick. Yi Yuan's attack did not cause much damage to him. He crawled up with a grunt, a look of disbelief revealed in his wolf gaze. "How is that possible? What my Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline specializes most in is speed. How can you possibly be even faster than me?" Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, "Dumb wolf. Ignoring that your bloodline is pitiably thin, even if you're really of the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline, do you really think that you're unbeatable? Get ready to take a beating." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight once again. Impossible. It must be a fluke just now. Wolf Fang vanished once more as well. Bang! Without any surprise, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan once more. This time, Yi Yuan did not give Wolf Fang the chance to talk anymore, directly pouncing over. Bang! 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 Other people could not see how the two people attacked at all. But they all saw that during every exchange, Wolf Fang was beaten flying by Yi Yuan. Very clearly, Wolf Fang could not keep up with Yi Yuan's speed. Each hit was like a heavy hammer SMAs. Plussing onto everyone's heart. Gu Xie was shocked to his core. How is this possible? Wolf Fang's scariest thing is his speed. But he actually trounced Wolf Fang utterly in speed. Just how did this fellow accomplish it? I clearly feel that his speed isn't as fast as Wolf Fang's. But each time, it's Wolf Fang getting beaten. Why is this so? Gold Sun said in bewilderment. "And? Seems like it's really what you said. But, just why is this so?" Wolf Fang was depressed until he wanted to vomit blood right now. In his eyes, Yi Yuan's speed was clearly slower than his. But every time he was almost going to touch Yi Yuan, it was like sinking into a quagmire. His speed slowed down instantaneously. Then afterward, he helplessly watched Yi Yuan pummel him brutally. Awoo! 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 The surroundings did not have much noise. Only howling sounds sounded over from time to time. Bang! Yi Yuan used his feet to kick, directly kicking Wolf Fang into the ground. Yi Yuan stood in the air, just like a war G.O.D. rumble. Wolf Fang directly tunneled out from the mud and snarled, "You! Just what kind of heretic skill did you use? Why is it that once I arrive in front of you, it's like entering a marsh?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Dumb wolf, I'll let die with a clear understanding then. This is called Origin Magnetic Field. Alright, enough fun. I can send you on your way now." Chapter 643. Divine Beast Oppression. Chapter 643. Divine Beast Oppression. The Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood was a Thunder Attribute Supreme Treasure, possessing power that ordinary people could not imagine. The Thunder Essence fruits were catalyzed by the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, and these could already make the demon races wanted to SNATCH them. Even Wolf Fang, the strongest person of their generation, could not resist showing up. Then how powerful the Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood itself was, one could only imagine it. Yi Yuan's research regarding Florus had already reached the standard of acme of perfection and was not foreign to this origin magnetism spirit wood. And the origin magnetic field was one of the strongest attributes of the origin magnetism spirit wood. This origin magnetic field was in existence similar to a gravity field. But it was goodness knows how many times stronger than ordinary gravity field. Unless the martial artist's strength was much stronger than the origin magnetism spirit wood's rank, otherwise, it was simply impossible to break free from the origin magnetic field. Unfortunately, Wolf Fong could not reach such a standard. So once he entered the origin magnetic field, he could only be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. The origin magnetism spirit wood was extremely rare. Furthermore, its elusiveness was very high. If it were somebody else, they could not possibly discover that within this thunder essence fruit grove, there was still an even higher grade treasure existing. Hence, Wolf Fong was unable to comprehend why he was being pummeled by Yi Yuan, and this was also within reason. Actually, Yi Yuan was not planning on killing Wolf Fong originally, because he did not wish to offend the Tier 6 old ancestor behind Wolf Fong. But just now, Wolf Fong almost killed Yu Shu. This made Yi Yuan really give rise to killing intent. Yi Yuan's aura erupted abruptly, sweeping towards Wolf Fong with incredible speed. Flame movement true dragon carnage ACCU. Mulat strength for release. As long as Wolf Fong entered the origin magnetic field, he would be at the mercy of Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, everyone was greatly taken aback. They did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to take his life. One had to know that mighty N1 tie behind Wolf Fong was the Azure Mountain region's pinnacle existence. If he killed Wolf Fong, Yi Yuan would not be far from death as well. The might of a Tier 6 powerhouse was not what ordinary people could imagine. Boy, if you dare to kill me, you'll die without a burial ground. Seeing Yi Yuan dashed over, this time, Wolf Fong was truly frightened. He had always commanded the wind and rain in the Azure Mountain region, and had never been so close to death before. He had also never thought that someone would dare to kill him. But now, when this person really showed up, Wolf Fong discovered that he was actually indescribably terrified. He struggled to crawl up and ran for his life. But he was already severely wounded right now. How could he run still? Then you give it a try and see if I dare to kill you or not. Yi Yuan was talking, but his hands did not slow down the slightest bit. He caught up to Wolf Fong in a blink of an eye and launched a punch over. Right at this instant, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Yi Yuan's red colossal dragon was actually halted in midair forcefully, unable to advance an inch. An extremely terrifying strength instantly shackled Yi Yuan up. Crack! Under this strength, the colossal red dragon was actually crushed to smithereens directly. Yi Yuan's expression changed. A Tier 6 expert. This power Yi Yuan was all too familiar. This was the power belonging to a Tier 6 boundless realm powerhouse. Back then, Zhao Tianyin used this move to crush Yi Yuan until he practically kneeled onto the ground. But at that time, Yi Yuan was just a puny little crystal formation realm who had no leeway to resist at all. The current Yi Yuan was already more than 100 times stronger than back then. Even if he was not a Tier 6 expert's match, it was also not without the slightest chance to struggle. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. An unparalleled aura instantly erupted. This time, he did not scruple to employ the nameless essence energy. Crack! The surrounding SPAC seemed to be shattered. Yi Yuan actually shook off that shackling force directly. Right then, a figure silently appeared in front of Wolf Fong. Human boy, you indeed have some capabilities. Just at the Soul Sea realm, and you can actually shake off a Tier 6 essence energy confinement, said the figure coolly. It was also that Yi Yuan was very opposed to this sort of essence energy restraint, because it made him remember the humiliation back then. That was why he stopped at no expense and employed the nameless essence energy. Before his eyes was a middle-aged man dressed in black. His body gave off a faintly discernible power, making people have a feeling of being unable to grasp it. But without any doubt, he was that Tier 6 powerhouse who had made a move. Looks like you are the Black-Wind demonic wolf clan's old ancestor, Lang Hun. Yi Yuan looked at the other party, his expression slightly darkened. The pressure that this Lang Hun gave him was too great. Yi Yuan could sense that even though this Lang Hun was only initial stage Tier 6, he was much stronger than Zhao Tianyin. Lang Hun did not seem to be mind Yi Yuan's rudeness. He said coolly, "That's right. This old man is precisely Lang Hun. You almost killed Wolf Fong just now. This score, how should we settle it?" Yi Yuan seemed to be indifferent to this and said coolly, "Wolf Fong, he deserves to be killed." His reply was only several simple words, but sonorous and forceful. Yi Yuan would never explain that he did not wish to kill people. That way seemed to show that he was apprehensive of the other party. Forget about facing a Tier 6 expert. Even if a Tier 9 powerhouse were standing in front of Yi Yuan, he would not lower his head either. This was the pride of a peak alchemy emperor, and this was also Yi Yuan's own lofty and unyielding character. If he wanted to kill people, then he would kill. Towards Yi Yuan's attitude of not even feeling like explaining, a flicker of amazement flashed across Lang Hun's eyes too, and even a trace of wariness. This point, probably even he himself did not detect it too. In the Azure Mountain region, whoever dared to climb on top of his head had to explain a little no matter what, right? But this boy in front of him actually dared to be so unbridled. Was this fellow really a hothead? Or was he ignorant of how the world works? But being scorned by a junior like this, Lang Hun also felt that his face had nowhere to put. His tone deepened slightly as he said, "Boy, don't say that this old man didn't give you the opportunity. Wolf Fong is my Black-Wind demonic wolf clan's successor. You touched him, so you must pay a corresponding price." Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, and he said nonchalantly, "Make a move then." Yi Yuan decided that even if he had to unleash all of his trump cards, he would also have to chop off a wolf's leg. Lang Hun was stunned again. This brat really made people speechless. He clearly did not have the intention of killing people. Could this brat really not tell? If he really wanted to kill people, why would he talk so much C.R.A.P. with Yi Yuan? It was naturally not that Yi Yuan could not see it. He also knew that the other party was waiting for him to give a stage to step down. But in Yi Yuan's eyes, the other party was not worthy at all. Body could make him, Yi Yuan, lower his head. "Humph. Brat, I know that you have extremely pure dragon race bloodline and must also be proud because of this. Since that's the case, I'll punish you with divine beast bloodline. I'll let you know that someone from the dragon race that has not matured is nothing," Lang Huan said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan was stunned, and had not reacted yet when a pressure that blotted out the sky and earth engulfed everything swept over towards him. This sort of pressure was very similar to the dragon pressure that he released previously. But without any question, this divine beast oppression was much, much stronger than his. This was a true divine beast oppression. When the Black Sky Divine Wolf's bloodline emerged, who could compete with such being? The next instant, all the demon races present were all brought deeply into submission, not even having the courage to raise their heads. And the true dragon bloodline within Yi Yuan's body actually automatically welled up under this divine beast oppression. Chapter 644. Dragon Lord. Chapter 644. Dragon Lord. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan felt his entire body was burning hot. He felt like every cell in his body seemed to be burning. And all of this was not under his control at all. It was all guided by the dragon blood in his body itself. But Yi Yuan did not intentionally try to suppress it. Instead, he left it entirely to its discretion. Yi Yuan knew that even though he already wiped away the dragon blood's original will, The proud dragon race bloodline was still unable to tolerate the oppression of the Black Sky Divine Wolf, this sort of trash bloodline. Therefore, it activated by itself. The Black Sky Demonic Wolf bloodline in Lang Hun's body was extremely thick. Adding in the suppression of rank, Yi Yuan's bones were rattling from being crushed. But the proud dragon race bloodline could not tolerate any bit of insult at all. One had to admit that Lang Hun's Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline was truly incomparably pure. It was entirely not what Wolf Fong, that half-baked demon, could compare to. Yi Yuan, on the other hand, although his dragon race bloodline was very pure, there was still a large portion that had yet to be digested by his body. It was not that Yi Yuan did not wish to, but Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was seriously too low. A half-divine beast rank dragon blood, even if a Tier 7 or Tier 8 powerhouse came to refine it, they would not be able to fully digest it either. The road of Yi Yuan refining the dragon blood still had a long way remaining. The majority of the dragon blood's power was hidden in Yi Yuan's blood vessels. Being stimulated by the Black Sky Divine Wolf's pressure at this time, it seethed uncontrollably. Arg! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan lifted his head and gave a long howl. An unparalleled dragon race oppression erupted from his body. Lang Hun had that sort of calm and collected expression all along. But at this moment, his expression became incomparably ugly. An azure light indistinctly appeared and faded on Yi Yuan's body and actually isolated him completely from his divine beast oppression. No matter how Lang Hun powered his divine beast oppression, he discovered to his dismay that he could not advance an inch at all. Suddenly, Yi Yuan snapped open both eyes. An extremely shocking gaze burst forth from his eyes. Poochie! Yi Yuan's upper garment broke off inch by inch. Under Lang Hun's horrified gaze, a white scale actually faintly emerged on Yi Yuan's body. This white scale presented as a crescent moon shape, giving people a soul-stirring pressure. A reverse scale. Lang Hun sucked in a cold breath. Clearly, he was immensely shocked by the scene before his eyes. Dragons had a reverse scale that must not be touched. Lang Hun initially only wanted to give Yi Yuan a lesson. He did not expect that it actually stimulated the dragon race bloodline within Yi Yuan's body, making Yi Yuan's body give birth to a reverse scale. Body manifesting a reverse scale. Yi Yuan's true dragon bloodline advanced a step further. Boom! Lang Hun was actually frightened by Yi Yuan's aura and directly fell back several steps. And that originally soul-stirring Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline was directly scattered into a mess by Yi Yuan's imposing momentum. Those demon races were still kneeling submissively on the ground. But the expression on their faces became different. Previously, each and every one of them clenched their jaws tightly. Clearly, it was caused by the divine beast bloodline suppression. But now, each of their faces was all incomparably pious. That was war's. H-I+P coming from the heart. A true king did not cow all living creatures into submission with martial power, but made all life look up to him from the bottom of their hearts. The Black Sky Divine Wolf clearly did not possess this sort of qualifications. And the ones possessing this sort of qualifications was probably only the 4 great divine beasts, that sort of level of a powerhouse. What were you saying just now? A dragon that has not matured is nothing? Yi Yuan already recovered to normal at this time, looking at the befuddled Lang Hun, and said coolly. Lang Hun's expression had indescribably ugliness. Being questioned by Yi Yuan like this, his old face could not help reddening. Earlier, he was still thinking of using bloodline to suppress Yi Yuan. Who knew that he overreached himself and was actually counter-suppressed by Yi Yuan? This face-smacking act, it was really resounding. Only at this instant did Lang Huan deeply experience what was called a true dragon race bloodline. The reason why Lang Hun was wary of Yi Yuan was because of his dragon race ident. 1 Tai. The dragon race. This was a race that made all the demon races apprehensive. Possessing a powerful divine beast bloodline, Lang Hun could understand the might of the dragon race bloodline even more. With Yi Yuan's dragon blood purity, he definitely had extremely deep connections with the dragon race. If they really touched Yi Yuan, once the dragon race retaliated, the Blackwind demonic wolves clan was inadequate. If what flowed in Yi Yuan's body was the bloodline of other races, Lang Hun would have slapped him to death long ago. Why would he talk so much rubbish with him? It was this old man's fault. This old man apologizes to Mr. Yi on behalf of the Blackwind demonic wolf clan. With this, everyone was stunned. Yi Yuan already put away the dragon race oppression on his body at this time. Those demon races also raised their heads one by one, and then they saw this scene. The Blackwind demonic wolves clan old ancestor, standing at the pinnacle of the Azure Mountain region, actually lowered his head to a youth 2 major cultivation realms lower than him. This scene was simply too unbelievable. Just as everyone had stupefied looks, an aged figure floated down. It was precisely Yu Huan. Uxin and Wolf Fong stay behind. The rest all disperse for me. Those who stay, kill without mercy. Yu Huan's Tier 6 expert aura undulated out. Everyone H.I. plus varied in fear secretly. At this time, Lang Hun opened his mouth too. All get lost for me. 2 mighty Tier 6 powerhouses present, it was not up to the others to dare say anything else. They could only disperse by themselves. Very soon, there were only 5 people outside of the Thunder Essence Fruit Grove. Wolf Clan's 2 people, Fox Clan's 2 people, and Yi Yuan. Actually, up until now, Yi Yuan was also very puzzled the entire time as well. He could not figure out why Lang Hun's change of attitude would be so apparent. But the following scene made Yi Yuan even more amazed. Yu Huan and Wolf Fong exchanged a look and actually bowed down towards Yi Yuan at the same time. Blackwind Demonic Wolves Clan, Lang Hun, Jade-Faced Fairy Fox Clan, Yu Huan, pays respect to Dragon Lord. The 2 people both gave a deep bow to Yi Yuan, making Yi Yuan have a bewildered look. Hang on, what are you guys talking about? Why don't I understand anything at all? Dragon Lord. What's a Dragon Lord? Yi Yuan waved his hands and asked. It was not just Yi Yuan, but Uxin and Wolf Fong both also had blank looks on their face. They could not figure out at all why their own old ancestor would have this attitude towards Yi Yuan. One had to know that the 2 old ancestors were both Tier 6 experts. They were existences that could do whatever they wished in the Azure Mountain region. But such experts actually bowed down towards a human Tier 4 martial artist. Lang Hun hesitated for a bit and said, Dragon Lord has just given birth to your reverse scale. There are probably still many things that you don't know. Wait until Dragon Lord's strength becomes powerful and you'll naturally know everything. The matters of the dragon race are not what our lesser races can meddle in. Lang Hun and Wolf Fong have offended Dragon Lord previously. Dragon Lord, please forgive. Yi Yuan felt at a loss on what to do. At the behest of supernatural powers, he followed with a sentence, If I don't forgive? Bang! Lang Hun directly slapped a palm onto Wolf Fong's body, sending him flying. Except that his gaze did not have any hint of pity at all. He bowed towards Yi Yuan again and said, This old man has wasted 10 years of Wolf Fong's cultivation. I hope that Dragon Lord forgives his actions prior to this. Wolf Fong possesses the Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline after all. Dragon Lord, please show leniency. That scene earlier happened too quickly, resulting in Yi Yuan not reacting at all. He only asked a sentence probingly just now and did not expect that Lang Hun directly took action and wasted 10 years of Wolf Fong's cultivation. This ident. 1. Tie of Dragon Lord seemed to be pretty decent. Chapter 645. Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art. Chapter 645. Wind Thunder Extreme Light Shuttling Art. Inside a deep hall in the Blackwind Demonic Wolf Clan, Wolf Fong had a look of indignation. Old ancestor. With your strength, killing that brat is as easy as blowing away dust. Why do this? 10 years of cultivation. Wolf Fong roared. Slap. One slap from Lang Hun directly smacked Wolf Fong flying out. "Who gave you the nerve to speak to me like that?" Lang Hun's expression fell slightly as he said. Half of Wolf Fong's face was swollen high up. He covered his face, disbelief was written all over his face. He was the Blackwind demonic wolves clan's darling. Old Ancestor had always valued him highly. But this time, Old Ancestor actually wasted 10 years of his cultivation because of Yi Yuan. This made him unable to comprehend. Only at this instance did Wolf Fong recall that his own old ancestor was not a nice person to deal with. It was just that so many years of indulgence towards him made him forget this fact. Now that old ancestor was enraged, Wolf Fong was also thoroughly startled awake. "Old ancestor, I was just agitated for a moment and forgot my sense of propriety. Old ancestor, please forgive," Wolf Fong said aggrievedly. "Humph. This old man doing this naturally have the reason for doing so. You, as the Blackwind demonic wolf clan's young lord, if you can't even understand this point as well, what do I want you for?" Lang Hun said with a cold snort. Wolf Fong was startled inwardly. He lost his head in his anger just now, that was why he lost his presence of mind. 10 years of bitter cultivation ruined in a day. How could Wolf Fong be calm in his heart? Among our demon races, many possess the dragon race bloodline. But in this God prohibited demon region, those possessing true dragon bloodline are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. That brat birthing a reverse scale, he is of the genuine dragon race. And genuine dragons only came out from inside there. Understood? When mentioning inside there, these two words, Lang Hun seemed to have recalled something terrifying and was incomparably fearful. Same as Lang Hun, Wolf Fong was similarly greatly surprised. Seeing Wolf Fong's expression, Lang Hun knew that he understood and said coolly, "Now, you understand why this old man did that, right?" Wolf Fong nodded his head solemnly and said, "Old ancestor, it was all Wolf Fong being rash and nearly ruined an important affair. Old ancestor, please punies. H. Plus, not to the extent of punies. Hi plusing. I also didn't expect that brat called Yi Yuan actually possesses orthodox true dragon bloodline. Initially, I was just thinking of teaching him a lesson. Didn't expect that I actually helped him to advance a step further. But that Yi Yuan is clearly a human. Why would he possess orthodox true dragon bloodline?" Wolf Fong said in puzzlement. "I'm not sure about this either. But no matter what, this brat definitely has extremely deep connections with the dragon race. At any rate, it's also not what we, the lesser races, can meddle in." As he said, Lang Hun supported a fruit from underneath in his palm and threw it to Wolf Fong, saying, "Eat it. It's enough to compensate 10 years of your cultivation. You have the strongest Black Sky Divine Wolf bloodline in my Blackwind demonic wolf clan. When doing things in the future, don't be so rash." Plus, Wolf Fong received that fruit. His face revealed an expression of wild elation as he hurriedly said, "Thank you very much, old ancestor." A similar scene likewise happened in the jade-faced fairy fox clan's domain. What was different was that Yi Yuan was present too. Every few hundred years, a young dragon race expert will come out from that place. We refer to him as Dragon Lord. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would all leave behind a legend. Their bloodline power is too strong. Once they mature, they are virtually unrivaled. We suspect that Dragon Lord is the young dragon race expert sent out from there to be tempered. Calculating according to the time, there should roughly be a Dragon Lord appearing as well, Yu Huan said. Yi Yuan asked curiously after listening, "I'm just a human, not some Dragon Lord. That Lang Hun can't even see this point?" Yu Huan shook her head and said, "Of course he could tell. But this doesn't stop him from feeling wary of you. The dragon race's might is simply not what we, the lesser races, are able to imagine. Even if you're human, your ties with the dragon race are definitely very deep too. Lang Hun he dare not take this risk. Furthermore, the Dragon Lord birthing a reverse scale would be a real dragon, saying that you're the Dragon Lord, and oh, body dares to not believe it either. Like this, huh? Is that whatever Dragon Lord really so powerful? Yi Yuan said curiously. More than just powerful. Every generation's Dragon Lord's appearance would stir up a sanguinary slaughter in the God prohibited demon region. And among them, the vast majority all became invincible existences in the God prohibited demon region. Yu Huan said. All right then. Since Lang Hun is mistaken, then let him be mistaken to the end. Either way, I'm not some Dragon Lord. Old ancestor Yu Huan doesn't need to address me like so as well. And I'll enter closed seclusion for a few days first, then set off for Dongming region, Yi Yuan said. This. Yu Huan wanted to speak but stopped herself. What? If there's anything, just say. Hesitate for what? Yi Yuan said perplexedly. Dragon Lord, you are going to Dongming region this time, so make sure to be careful of the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan. Don't get into a conflict with them. And? Why? Yi Yuan asked curiously. On the path of the previous generation Dragon Lords rise up, he directly annihilated the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's young lord. They have an irreconcilable death feud with the dragon race. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan are also divine beast progenies. Their dragon race bloodline is extremely strong, and they do not fear the dragon race. Yi Yuan came to understand, but he said without any care, my goal this trip is in order to find the Azure Spirit Tree. As long as they don't come and provoke me, I naturally won't go and provoke them. After obtaining the Azure Spirit Tree, Yi Yuan should be thinking of ways to leave the God prohibited demon region too. The outside world's war, the endless world situation was probably not looking good. Yi Yuan could not quite set his mind at ease as well. In the dense forest, lightning revolved around Yi Yuan's body. A cool breeze followed. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure vanished from sight. When he appeared again, Yi Yuan's figure was already several tens of thousands of feet away. And this was merely just something which happened in a blink of an eye. Hoo! This wind thunder extreme light shuttling art is really hard to train. In 3 days I've only just learned the fundamentals. But even if it's just learning the basics, if I run into Wolf Fong now, I can also completely trounce him in speed. Yi Yuan muttered to himself. These 3 days' time, Yi Yuan had been training this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art all along. This was an extremely formidable martial technique. But the cultivation conditions and difficulty were extremely harsh. One needed to comprehend wind and thunder, 2 kinds of concepts at the same time. Furthermore, it needed to reach the level of true intent simultaneously. Yi Yuan had long comprehended the true intent of wind flow. But to want to train in this martial technique, he lacked the true intent of thunder. The origin magnetism spirit wood was a natural thunder attribute supreme treasure, carrying the concept of thunder itself. With Yi Yuan refining the origin magnetism spirit wood, he could muster the concept of thunder at the same time. It was no different from comprehending it himself. Now that the wind and thunder true intents were already mastered, Yi Yuan could finally cultivate this martial technique. The formidable aspect of this martial technique was that it could advance in the wake of the martial artist's concepts comprehension advancing. If Yi Yuan grasped a supreme true intent, then his speed would be heaven-defying. But the training difficulty of this wind thunder extreme light shuttling art still somewhat exceeded Yi Yuan's expectations. 3 days' time, Yi Yuan merely cultivated this skill to the entry level. Although it was just entry level, Yi Yuan's current speed was much greater than before too. Ugh! Absorbing the origin magnetism spirit wood and consuming the thunder essence fruits, me breaking through to the 4th level soul sea now is already something that happens naturally as the channels are formed. Yi Yuan said. Chapter 646. Misunderstanding. Chapter 646. Misunderstanding. Quickly look. Someone is transcending tribulation. Yi? That direction, isn't it where Mr. Yi is cultivating at? Could it be Mr. Yi is transcending the tribulation? Isn't Mr. Yi initial stage tier 4? You look at how terrifying the tribulation clouds in the sky are. Why does it look like transcending a greater heavenly tribulation? All of a sudden, the tribulation clouds suddenly arrived. Inside, the jade-faced fairy fox clan immediately became lively. Many people all knew that Yi Yuan went into the dense forest to cultivate, but did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually going to break through to middle stage Soul Sea realm so quickly. After human martial artists broke through to the Soul Sea realm, every minor stage breakthrough would likewise invoke a heavenly tribulation. It was just that this sort of heavenly tribulation, compared to the 5 in 9 heavenly tribulation Yi Yuan transcended previously, was way lacking. Such a heavenly tribulation was called lesser heavenly tribulation. Although the might could not be compared to a greater heavenly tribulation, the lesser heavenly tribulation similarly appeared according to the martial artist's strength. A moment of carelessness and one would still lose their lives and go to the netherworld. Yi Yuan's lesser heavenly tribulation was terrifyingly powerful. It was completely not like a tier 4 martial artist transcending tribulation. Yu Xian looked at the tribulation clouds far away and murmured, "Mr. Ye's strength in itself is too powerful. The heavenly tribulation brought down is too terrifying. Even if it's me, I don't dare to say that I can transcend this heavenly tribulation either. Is this really a lesser heavenly tribulation? Such a heavenly tribulation, can Mr. Yi transcends the tribulation successfully? Big Brother Yi Yuan is so incredible even when transcending tribulations. I believe that with Big Brother Yi Yuan's strength, he can definitely transcend past it." Yu Shu had long become Yi Yuan's brain-dead fan already. "You, this Laos S are really heartless. I know that Mr. Yi is incredible, but this heavenly tribulation isn't a joke. No, wait. In that heavenly tribulation, there still seems to be a soul tribulation. Dual tribulations arriving together. Mr. Yi he's actually transcending the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation at the same time." Yu Xian drew a cold breath. Yu Xian felt that her brain somewhat could not quite wrap itself around it. Regardless who transcended tribulations, they would all choose to transcend the heavenly tribulation and soul tribulation separately. But Yi Yuan actually wanted to transcend simultaneously. How powerful a self-confidence did this need? When Yu Shu heard Yu Xian say so, her tiny fists clenched tightly too. Clearly, she was very worried, but she still said stubbornly, "No matter what, Big Brother Yi Yuan will definitely be fine." Yu Xian looked at Yu Shu and could not help being at a loss for words. If it were before, she would definitely reproach Yu Shu for being insensible. But now, she knew that Yi Yuan regarded Yu Shu with special attention. No matter what, she did not dare to say this sort of words to Yu Shu anymore. The audience were currently discussing animatedly when suddenly, a clear sound of a dragon roar came from the distance. Under everyone's astonished eyes, a colossal red dragon surged upwards, heading straight for the skies. Boom! The Ma.S. Civ dragon directly dispersed the tribulation clouds, leaving everyone staring with a dumbfounded look and agape mouths. Isn't this too exaggerated as well? I've never seen before that one could still transcend tribulations like this. Mr. Yi is indeed well deserving of someone possessing the dragon race bloodline. This strength is too heaven-defying. After roughly 10 days, 3 figures said through a broad path. "Big Brother Yi Yuan, I can't anymore. You and young Lord's movement speed are seriously too fast." I. Behind Yi Yuan, Yu Shu said while gasping for air. Originally, Yu Huan was only planning on letting Yu Xian accompany Yi Yuan alone. Who knew that Yu Shu sneaked out directly and tailed behind Yi Yuan and Yu Xian, the two of them, along the way. With Yi Yuan's strength, How could Yu Shu possibly conceal it? Before long Yu Shu was ferreted out. But Yi Yuan did not say much and brought her along straight away. In comparison to Yu Xian, Yi Yuan still liked Yu Shu, this innocent and radiant little less more. With her accompanying along the way, it was pretty good too. The three people said through multiple regions along the way. Yu Xian brought to play a fair bit of effect. She was very clear about the distribution of the topography and avoided those clans who were slightly stronger. This whole trip they did not run into any danger. Occasionally there were some blind clans that could not even withstand Yi Yuan's true dragon oppression. And Plus-ing on the journey these 2 days was tough. Let's rest here for a bit then, Yi Yuan said. Along the way, Yi Yuan was not idle either. He could just make use of the journeying time to train. He had been cultivating the wind-thunder extreme light shuttling art constantly. These 10 days, this martial technique was already cultivated to minor accomplishment realm. If not for the sake of waiting for Yu Xian and Yu Shu, he would have reached long ago. The three people directly took a rest by the roadside. Yu Xian said, "Ahead along this road, there's still half a day's journey, and we'll be able to enter the Dongming region's boundary. The Azure Mountain region is only a place which is next to the border. Dongming region is the God prohibited demon region, true core region. The races here, regardless whether it is the numbers or individual strength, are on entirely different levels from the Azure Mountain region. The Blackwind demonic wolf clan, when placed here, are merely just among the below-average to average clans. Towards the might of this God prohibited demon region, Yi Yuan had long gotten used to it. Any single one of the clans that randomly walked out of here could sweep across a small world. And, when you send me to the Dark Fiend Tiger's domain, bring Yu Shu along and head back. At that time I'll naturally have compensation," Yi Yuan said. Hearing Yi Yuan say so, Yu Xian and Yu Shu both revealed expressions of reluctance. But they also knew that this here was not their world. The jade-faced Fairy Fox clan was too weak and completely could not adapt to the law of the jungle here. Yi Yuan making them go back was actually protecting them. The three people rested for a bit, then set off for Dongming region. What surprised Yi Yuan was that once they entered Dongming region's boundary, they got surrounded by a group of burly men. The strength of the dark-faced brawny man leading the group was not ordinary. He was at the peak initial stage Tier 5 cultivation. It was just that he indiscriminately said, "Heh, you spies. Want to secretly infiltrate my fire source True Dipper Bear clan? Dream on. Brothers, pummel them." Yi Yuan's expression fell. This bunch of fellows said that they were spies without rhyme or reason. Truly courting death. When a brawny man brandished a hammer that was just about to land on Yi Yuan's head, Yi Yuan's figure unexpectedly vanished. Arg! It was only to hear a miserable cry. The dark-faced brawny man leading was directly lifted up by Yi Yuan and slammed onto a large tree. Peak initial stage Tier 5 expert actually did not have the slightest leeway to resist under Yi Yuan's might. The wind-thunder extreme light shuttling art coupled with the origin magnetic field, his strength mowed down all resistance. Those big, stupid bears did not see clearly how Yi Yuan made a move at all. These fellows are so unreasonable. We only want to borrow the path here. Provoked you and you want to viciously kill us? Yi Yuan said with a cold snort. That dark-faced burly man's build was extremely large, but was pinned onto the tree by Yi Yuan. No matter how he struggled, he could not shake free either. His face grew black and red. Cough, cough, cough. If you have the capabilities, kill me. Young Lord will definitely take revenge for me. You spies want to infiltrate our territory to fish for information? No way. The dark-faced burly man said chokingly. Yi Yuan had a baffled look and said crossly, "We just want to go to the Dark Fiend Tiger's territory and need to pass south through from your place here, that's all." What spies and what nots? The burly man was stunned too and said, You guys aren't here for the fire source crystal? Chapter 647. Easing up the line to reel in more easily. Chapter 647. Easing up the line to reel in more easily, fire source crystals? Yi Yuan's brows furrowed as he said, I didn't say anything. The dark-faced burly man realized that his tongue slipped and hurriedly covered up his mouth. Yi Yuan knew that this was a misunderstanding and naturally could not kill people randomly as well. This dark-faced burly man was slow in the head. Although he transformed into human form, he was still a big, dumb bear. Yi Yuan still had not figured out the situation yet, and this big, dumb bear let his tongue slip himself. But the fire source crystals that this big dumb bear mentioned really moved Yi Yuan somewhat. Fire source crystal was a kind of ore crystal containing extremely rich fire source power. To fire attribute martial artists, it was greatly beneficial to cultivation. But what Yi Yuan minded was not this. His cleansing sandal sacred flame had already reached the juncture of advancing ranks. This fire source crystal just happened to able to help the cleansing sandal sacred flame evolve. Yi Yuan loosened his grip and said coolly, I already said, we're just pa's. Sing through. If you still hara s unreasonably, I won't be courteous. He was easing up the line here to reel him in later. Although the big dumb bear was stupid, if Yi Yuan expressed interest in the fire source crystals, the big dumb bear would definitely be able to discern something. So when he expressed no interest in the fire source crystals at all, this brawny man indeed fell for it. That brawny man was very surprised when he saw Yi Yuan loosening his grip and said, You guys really aren't here for the fire source crystals? Yi Yuan frowned and said, What fire source crystals and what not? How many times do you want me to say to you, we're only pa's? Sing through. When the brawny man saw that Yi Yuan was not interested in the fire source crystals at all, he also felt that he was too rash earlier and hurriedly apologized in embarrassment. He said, Sorry about that, this little brother. It was I, Xiong Hui, who didn't figure out the situation. Seriously sorry about it. Wait, you're a human. Only at this time did this brawny man react to it, and his expression could not help changing as his expression darkened once more. Hump. Big brother Yi Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline. Bleer than you, this big dumb bear. Yu Shu said indignantly. The brawny man turned his head and looked at Yi Yuan suspiciously. Yi Yuan gave a faint smile. The dragon pressure on his body emitted out was faintly discernible. The brawny man could not help being taken aback. This dragon pressure was extremely orthodox and was no joke. So, it's the dragon race's successor. Xiong Hui was impolite. Xiong Hui hastily said humbly. Looking at your FLU's tiered manner, seems like you've run into some problems. Just a few pieces of fire source crystals. It's not so serious until you guys have to kick up such a fuss, right? It's also that you ran into me. If it were other people, they would have already killed all of you just now. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. This. Xiong Hui revealed a hesitant look. Clearly, he was in a dilemma on whether to tell Yi Yuan or not. Yi Yuan said indifferently when he saw the situation, Since you have something awkward to disclose, it's fine to not say either. We still have to hurry on our way. Let's say our farewells here. But I have to remind you, although fire source crystals are greatly beneficial to your fire source true Dipper Bear clan, the fire poison in the fire source crystals are exceedingly hard to remove. When using, be a little more careful. Uxin Yu Shu, let's go. This fire source crystal was indeed very rare. The fire attribute was already very powerful, but those who knew that it contained fire poison within were not many. Because when ordinary people absorbed fire source crystals, they could not possibly absorb in large quantities, because they could not withstand the fire source power in the fire source crystals at all. But the Fire Source True Dipper Bears were different. They were innately a fire attribute demon race, and had a very strong affinity towards Fire Source power. The more Fire Source crystals they absorb, the better. Yet, when absorbing the Fire Source power in the Fire Source crystals, one would not sense anything for a short while. But following the Fire Source crystals absorbed getting increasingly more, the ACCU, mulation of fire poison would get progressively deeper. By the time it was discovered, the poison would basically have attacked the vitals already. Finished talking, Yi Yuan walked forward without even turning his head back. Yi Yuan's words directly breached Xiong Hui's mental line of defense. Yi Yuan had just walked out a couple of steps when Xiong Hui yelled out from behind, "Please wait, little brother." "And? Is there anything else? We still have to hurry along our way and don't have time to waste on you all." Yi Yuan pretended to be impatient and said. Xiong Hui hurriedly said, "Little brother has wide experience and extensive knowledge. To actually know the drawbacks of Fire Source crystals. It's just, I wonder if little brother has ways to remove the poison? So what if I do, so what if I don't? Weren't you not even willing to say anything earlier? As it happens, I'm not willing to listen as well. So don't be long-winded." Yi Yuan turned around once more and wanted to go. Xiong Hui, seeing Yi Yuan so steadfast, felt even more certain. He hurriedly stopped him and said, "Little brother, Xiong Hui has given offense just now." "Given offense? I'll tell little brother the matter exactly as it is. If little brother can provide a way to eradicate the poison, I believe that young lord and clan head will definitely be endlessly grateful." Actually, Yi Yuan already guessed some things long ago through Xiong Hui's attitude. This Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan definitely had somebody who refined and absorbed Fire Source crystals without heed for their lives, resulting in poisoning themselves. But the incident should not end here. Otherwise, this Xiong Hui also would not go so far as to get alarmed over nothing, killing on sight. Only upon hearing Xiong Hui's words did Yi Yuan finally know what happened to the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan. Turns out that some time ago, a Fire Source crystal or vein was discovered within the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's territory. This made the Bear clan thrilled to death. They mined a batch of Fire Source crystals, and the clan head, Xiongzhan, started refining and absorbing them in a hurry. This Xiongzhan was peak initial stage tier 6. After absorbing this batch of Fire Source crystals, he would surely be able to break through to middle stage tier 6. The allure of advancing ranks was seriously too great. Of course, the reason why Xiongzhan was in a hurry to increase his strength was actually in order to let the Bear clan suppress the adjacent Purple Flood Dragon clan. Xiongzhan was completely unaware that refining Fire Source crystals still had this sort of negative effect. The result was that he overreached himself. Now, not only was he unable to break through, he instead became tangled with fire poison and was completely unable to eradicate it. Even though the Bear clan locked down the news immediately, the Purple Flood Dragon clan seemed to have perceived a little something. This period of time, they kept on testing the Bear clan non-stop. Xiongzhan was in close seclusion right now. The young lord, Xiong Tai, could only order people to seal off all gateways to the territory to prevent the Purple Flood Dragons from doing anything fishy. The result was this scene earlier happening. Yi Yuan could not help finding it funny in his heart when he heard. He was even somewhat puzzled how these big dumb bears contended with the Purple Flood Dragon clan until now. Sending people to seal off all entrances and exit. Wasn't this making it more conspicuous the more they tried to conceal it? Even if the Purple Flood Dragon clan did not know anything, they could also guess that something must have happened to the Bear clan. It would be weird if they did not plunder a burning house at this time. Furthermore, Xiong Hui, this kind of big dumb bear, Yi Yuan had not even asked anything yet, and he confessed himself. Yi Yuan really did not know what he should say. "Little brother, if you can help clan head remove the fire poison, my Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan will definitely thank you generously," Xiong Hui said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and opened his mouth. No problem with letting me help your clan head remove the fire poison. But I have a condition, Xiong Hui said. As long as you can let clan head recover anew, forget about one condition, even 100 conditions won't be an issue. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, and, actually this condition is also in line with saving your clan head. I want 50 pieces of fire source crystals. Chapter 648. Refining fire source crystals. Chapter 648. Refining fire source crystals. 50 pieces? Fire source crystals? Why don't you go and rob us? Xiong Hui jumped up immediately. This was simply demanding an exorbitant price. Could it be that this fellow did not know the preciousness of fire source crystals? But with Yi Yuan opening his mouth here, Xiong Hui's eyes became alert too. Messing around for so long, this Yi Yuan was aiming for the fire source crystals still. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, if I have tier 5 or even tier 6 strength right now, I would naturally have no need of fire source crystals. Forget it, forget it. Since you feel that I'm plotting for your fire source crystals, then just take it as I never said it. Let's go. Xiong Hui was stupefied by Yi Yuan, and could not differentiate the truth from the false at all. Seeing that Yi Yuan was going to leave, he hurriedly stopped Yi Yuan. Little brother, don't go. Dear me, little brother, don't go. This matter, I can't make the decision either. I need to have our young lord make the final call. How about, little brother, take a trip back to the clan with me? Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, nah, I'm Russ. Hi+ing for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's territory for an urgent matter. Let's say goodbye here. As he said, Yi Yuan really brought you XIN and US. Hi+ and left without even turning his head back. No matter how Xiong Hui shouted, he no longer turned back either. Xiong Hui watched Yi Yuan's distant back view, gritted his teeth, and said to a subordinate, you go and keep an eye on those 3. Make sure not to lose them. I'll report to young lord right away. If that little brother can really cure the poison, then he'll be our fire source true Dipper Bear Clan savior. Big brother Yi Yuan, are we really leaving just like this? Yu Shu asked curiously. She could sense that Yi Yuan was definitely very interested in that fire source crystal. Otherwise, he would not have rambled so much with that big dumb bear either. But she never expected that Yi Yuan actually really left. Wasn't this going to pass us by the fire source crystals by a narrow chance? You dumb lass, Mr. Yi is easing up the line to reel in more easily later. Xin clearly thought deeper than Yu Shu and perceived it long ago. Yi Yuan did not mind and said smilingly, if I behave too zealously, those big dumb bears will feel that I have other motives instead. But if I behave like it was not worth a single glance, they would definitely feel that I really have the ability. Their clan head got inflicted with fire poison. If it isn't removed, it will be like bone-infesting maggots, making his life worse than death. At that time, the bear clan will be in danger. Hence, they will definitely come and find me. Yu Shu opened her mouth wide and said with a wars. Hi+ping look. Big brother Yi Yuan is incredible. To actually even deduce what those big dumb bears were thinking about. Yi Yuan could not help sweating profusely when he heard that. What was what? If he could not even plot against these big dumb bears, then wouldn't he be too dumb as well? Moreover, this was not considered as scheming, right? Those fire source crystals were just the consultation fees for treating the ailment. Each took what they needed. It was just that those big dumb bears were too dense. Saying too directly with them, they would heighten vigilance instead. The few people were just speaking when several figures blocked the path of the 3 people with a swoosh. Out of Yi Yuan's expectations, this Xiong Tai actually looked handsome with well-chiseled features, not at all fitting with his name. Little brother, this is our family's young lord. By the side, Xiong Hui introduced. Xiong Tai clasped his hands and said, Brother Yi, Xiong Hui has offended greatly previously. I hope that Brother Yi can be magnanimous enough to forgive. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, just a misunderstanding. No harm. The three of us still have to hurry on with our journey. We'll have to trouble young Lord Xiong Tai to make way. Xiong Tai hurriedly said, May I ask Brother Yi if you can really treat clan head's fire poison? Yi Yuan said with a smile, regardless whether I can treat it or not, does young Lord Xiong Tai still have other alternatives? I still say that same sentence. Want me to take action, there must be 50 pieces of fire source crystals. It's not that I'm asking for a preposterous price. But to want to remove fire poison, one must have fire source crystals. If you guys can't part with it, then take it as I never said it. Xiong Tai hurriedly said, as long as it can treat clan head's fire poison, don't talk about 50 pieces, even 80 pieces are fine too. Yi Yuan glanced at Xiong Tai and said with a nod, all right, deal? However, 50 pieces of fire source crystals must be given to me first. Yi Yuan followed Xiong Tai to the Bear Clan's main camp. Before long, Xiong Tai placed 50 pieces of bright yellow crystal stones in front of Yi Yuan. Looking at these fire source crystals, Xiong Tai felt his flesh hurt too. These fire source crystals mining was not easy. Close to 1 year's time, their Bear Clan also just extracted 200 to 300 pieces. Clan head alone used 100 over pieces already. What was left in the clan right now was also just 70 to 80 pieces. The 80 pieces he told Yi Yuan previously was already all of the existing stock in the clan. Brother Yi, the 50 pieces of fire source crystals, I've already handed to you. I wonder when can Brother Yi help clan head remove the poison? Xiong Tai said. Actually, he was still very dubious about Yi Yuan. After all, Yi Yuan only had Tier 4 cultivation. If not for Xiong Hui saying that Yi Yuan's combat strength was a Stony's. Hi plus Sing, Far Serpa. S. Sing ordinary Tier 5 experts, moreover, even possessing dragon race bloodline, Xiong Tai would not take this risk either. Even so, Xiong Tai was still guarded against Yi Yuan and already laid down a tight encirclement in the clan. If Yi Yuan only came to swindle fire source crystals, he would kill Yi Yuan mercilessly. Xiong Tai could not think of any ways at all right now, and only chose to trust Yi Yuan in his helplessness. The shamans in the clan have already convened together for many days and examined many records. But no one could remove the fire poison at all. Yi Yuan took up a piece of fire source crystal and said smilingly, No hurry, no hurry. Wait until after I refine all of these fire source crystals, then I can take action. Xiong Tai's expression darkened slightly as he said, Brother Yi, don't joke around. How long would it take to wait until you refine all of these fire source crystals? By that time, wouldn't clan head be tormented to death by this fire poison? Furthermore, the Purple Flood Dragon clan is glaring like a ravening tiger and wouldn't give us such a long time at all. Xiong Tai could not be blamed for turning hostile. Xiong Zhan refining these fire source crystals, it was basically a piece every 3 days. By the time Yi Yuan finished refining all of these 50 pieces of fire source crystals, wouldn't it need several months' time? Moreover, refining these fire source crystals had fire poison. With Yi Yuan's strength, 50 pieces were enough to claim his life. At that time, it would be too late. Yi Yuan did not answer Xiong Tai. Lightly supporting the fire source crystal in his palm, a lotus flower crept out from his palm. This lotus flower was precisely the cleansing sandal flame lotus. The cleansing sandal flame lotus, seeing the fire source crystal, was immediately like being injected with stimulants, directly entangling over. Under Xiong Tai's astonished gaze, the bright yellow fire source crystal faded at a speed visible to the naked eye, all the way until it became a piece of plain old stone. Turns out that Brother Yi wanting these fire source crystals was actually in order to nurture essence fire. It's just that this sort of absorbing process, can Brother Yi endure it? Xiong Tai said in surprise. The fire source power in fire source crystals was extremely tyrannical. Even if a Tier 6 expert was refining, he needed to be very cautious too. A moment of carelessness and one would damage their meridians. But Yi Yuan did not take this to heart at all. Using less than 15 minutes to refine an entire piece of fire source crystal, was this any different from courting death? Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Young Lord Xiong Tai rest assured. This Yi naturally won't treat his own life as a joke. I want these fire source crystals precisely for the sake of letting the essence fire advance. And removing the clan head's fire poison also requires borrowing the power of a Tier 5 essence fire. With this, has young lord's mind been put at ease?" Chapter 649. Essence Fire Abnormal Change. Chapter 649. Essence Fire Abnormal Change. Xiong Tai naturally did not have anything to feel worried about. He exited Yi Yuan's room fully satisfied and contented and instructed that no one was allowed to come and disturb Yi Yuan. Of course, the tight encirclement laid down previously, he did not recall it. As the young lord, Xiong Tai's intellect was much better compared to Xiong Hui's. Without seeing the hare, why would he release the falcon? After Xiong Tai left, Yi Yuan started to let the cleansing sandal sacred flame absorb the fire source power. Yi Yuan was an expert in playing with fire. The speed of him absorbing the fire source power was completely not what Xiong Zhang could compare to. Basically, he could finish absorbing a piece of fire source crystal roughly every 15 minutes or so. At the rate of this absorbing speed, logically speaking, the fire poison would flare up very quickly. But to Yi Yuan, this was not an issue at all. Yi Yuan had refined the origin magnetism spirit wood and was already impervious to 100 poisons. Even if he did not have the origin magnetism spirit wood, refining the fire poison was also just something which expended a little effort. If Yi Yuan could be corroded by some puny little fire poison, then he, an alchemy emperor, would also be a waste. The cleansing sandal flame lotus greedily absorbed the fire source power. Its aura became increasingly stronger. Originally, there were only 4 petals on the cleansing sandal flame lotus. But at this time, the 5th petal was currently faintly discernible. This was precisely the hallmark of it evolving to become Tier 5. In the entire secret chamber, a pale yellow light halo dispersed. Furthermore, there was a trend of getting increasingly flurries. Hi+ing. All of a sudden, an extremely blinding light filled the entire secret chamber, Hi+ing until people could not open their eyes at all. When the light faded away, Yi Yuan knew that the cleansing sandal flame lotus finally advanced ranks. After advancing ranks, the cleansing sandal flame lotus came onto Yi Yuan's palm with a slight flash, only to see it bowed its body slightly at Yi Yuan. That manner actually seemed like thanking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had heart-to-heart telepathy with the cleansing sandal flame lotus long ago and naturally knew what meaning it was expressing. Don't need to be like this. You and I have long become one already. I naturally won't abandon you and leave. Helping you advance ranks was also the promise that I gave you back then. Now it can also be considered as fulfilling the promise. In the future, if there is the chance, I'll naturally help you to go even further, Yi Yuan said with a smile. The cleansing sandal flame lotus was a psychic object. Back then, when the cleansing sandal flame lotus was subdued with Yi Yuan only had spirit condensation realm cultivation. And now, several years had passed. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually could not quite keep up with Yi Yuan's footstep. It invariably worried a little that Yi Yuan would forsake it. Although it did not have human intelligence, following Yi Yuan for so long, its instincts told it that following Yi Yuan would have different encounters. In reality, the cleansing sandal flame lotus's evolution speed these few years was far more rapid than it cultivating itself. A short 2 to 3 years' time, and it evolved from a Tier 4 essence fire to become a Tier 5 essence fire. If the cleansing sandal flame lotus slowly evolved itself, it also might not even be able to finish evolving in several decades to 100 years. Therefore, its dependent relations, Hi plus P with Yi Yuan had already completely switched positions, becoming it clinging completely onto Yi Yuan. The current cleansing sandal flame lotus already could not do without Yi Yuan. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the cleansing sandal flame lotus startled, trembling slightly, as if it was restraining itself from jumping with joy. If not for it having a lotus flower form, Yi Yuan would even feel that this was a small child. This discovery involuntarily startled Yi Yuan. Could it be? Cleansing sandal flame lotus, release the cleansing sandal sacred flame. Yi Yuan said to the cleansing sandal flame lotus. Hoo! The cleansing sandal flame lotus immediately puffed out a bundle of flames, scaring Yi Yuan until he stepped back promptly, almost burning his eyebrows to a char. Cleansing sandal flame lotus, fly one round around the secret chamber. Yi Yuan said again. Indeed, the cleansing sandal flame lotus started flying around the secret chamber very obediently. Following that, Yi Yuan tried out several commands again. The cleansing sandal flame lotus actually completed them without exception. This discovery made Yi Yuan pleasantly surprised. The cleansing sandal flame lotus, after advancing ranks, actually unlocked intellect. Although the intellect right now was still very weak, without any doubt, it really gave birth to intelligence. In the past, although Yi Yuan could control the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was because he refined the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and the flame lotus was like his servant that must do things according to his commands. But just now, Yi Yuan did not deploy the flame lotus. He only used words to communicate with the cleansing sandal flame lotus, and the cleansing sandal flame lotus completely understood his commands. This indicated that the cleansing sandal flame lotus already had its own consciousness. Yi Yuan naturally knew that essence fires could give birth to intellect under coincidental lucky chances, but it required an extremely heaven-defying fortuitous encounter. The vast majority of Tier 9 essence fire, though the power was heaven-defying, was just a killing or pill-refining machine too. They were without intellect. Yi Yuan did not think that him helping the cleansing sandal flame lotus evolve actually led it to have an intellect. Essence fires with intellect and essence fires without intellect were two entirely different concepts. Essence fires with intellect would cultivate consciously, just like humans, and not rely entirely on instincts. This way, the cultivation speed would increase tremendously, and the evolution speed would also get faster. The divine realm and hundreds of millions of small worlds, the number of essence fires they had were too many to count. But only an extremely few numbers of essence fires could evolve successfully, and the vast majority of essence fires would all dissipate between heaven and earth in the end. Although the cleansing sandal flame lotus was an existence that stood out above the SES among Tier 4 essence fires, without Yi Yuan's diligent nurturing these few years, its final outcome would also just be returning to nature. The cleansing sandal flame lotus giving birth to intellect made Yi Yuan very surprised. He only felt that with the current conditions, chances of obtaining a new essence fire again was very low. Hence, he focused on nurturing all along, hoping to nurture the cleansing sandal flame lotus to become Tier 5. He did not expect that with an unintentional sowing, the cleansing sandal flame lotus actually unlocked intelligence on its own. Since you've already unlocked intelligence, then you'll be my vital essence fire in the future. From today onwards, you'll be called Fiery. I hope that you'll give birth to a primordial spirit soon and achieve a primordial spirit body. Yi Yuan said smilingly. The cleansing sandal flame lotus's petals opened and closed. Clearly, it was very happy with Yi Yuan's words. When essence fires unlocked intelligence, after it evolved to a certain stage, it would give birth to a primordial spirit. This primordial spirit was similar to a human's divine soul, while the flame lotus's main body would be equivalent to the physical body. At that time, the cleansing sandal flame lotus would be roughly the same as a human. Furthermore, it also had the chance to salt the deity realm. In the divine Tao era, Although instances of essence fires becoming deities were few, it was also not without. Moreover, once essence fires became deities, the might of their strength was unimaginable. To Yi Yuan, the cleansing sandal flame lotus becoming his vital essence fire was undoubtedly the best option. The cleansing sandal sacred flame's powerful purifying power was an alchemist's greatest assistance. Once it evolved to become a Tier 9 essence fire, that might would be inconceivable, absolutely the essence fire that all alchemists yearned for even in their sleep. Come. Since you've already advanced, let's go and remove poison for that Bear Clan's clan head. There is nothing more suitable than using your purifying power to treat fire poison. Yi Yuan said smilingly. Regarding Xiongzhan's fire poison, if not because he had an existence like the cleansing sandal flame lotus, Yi Yuan would really be at a loss on what to do. No matter how powerful Yi Yuan was, he could not possibly refine Tier 6 medicinal pills too. But with the formidable purifying power of the cleansing sandal flame lotus, that was why Yi Yuan dared to guarantee this. When Yi Yuan came out, Xiong Tai had already waited for a long time outside. Seeing Yi Yuan come out so quickly, Xiong Tai was also slightly surprised. This was only less than a day's time, and he already completed refining that many fire source crystals? Chapter 650. No Other Choice. Chapter 650. No other choice, Brother Yi Wei. Can we start? Seeing Yi Yuan, Xiong Tai was thinking whether or not he was being funny, to actually place such stake on this brat who had not even reached Tier 5. Yi Yuan nodded and said, we can begin at any time. This. Brother Yi has just absorbed the fire source crystals. Are you not going to rest for a bit? Xiong Tai was somewhat suspicious now whether Yi Yuan really refined those fire source crystals, or he kept it himself. Refining 80 pieces of fire source crystals within a day, was this sheer nonsense? Even if Yi Yuan's speed was really that fast, could it be that he did not care about the fire poison? Could it be that he did not care about the tyrannical fire source power? Yi Yuan was just about to speak when Xiong Hui ran over Flu's teardly and said, "Young lord, things are bad. The Purple Flood Dragon Clan seems to have discovered something. Zifeng has already brought the Purple Flood Dragon Clan and moved out in full force, heading for our territory." Xiong Tai's expression changed drastically when he heard that and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, "Brother Yi, I'll bring you to see clan head right away. Our fire source True Dipper Bear Clan's hope is all on you. I hope that you won't deceive me." Yi Yuan did not show much surprise when he heard this news. Even though Xiong Tai's mind was sharper than Xiong Hui's, he was still a big dumb bear in the end. This point, inklings could be seen from his arrangements after Xiongzhan got poisoned. The Flood Dragon Clan was innately insidious and skeptical. The Bear Clan having so many suspicious movements, how could they not have any happenings at all? At this time, Xiong Tai already had no time to hesitate. He could only stake all hope on Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan was really a great swindler, he had to pinch his nose and to acknowledge what had to be done. And the price if it failed was the lives of all of their Bear Clan. Zifeng was the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's clan head, whose strength was on par with Xiongzhan. If Xiongzhan was unable to recover his strength, then the Bear Clan only had the path of collapse they could walk. Young Lord Xiong Tai, rest assured. Leave the clan head to me, Yi Yuan said coolly. Xiong Tai nodded his head and said, "Xiong Hui, go and invite First Elder over. After I bring Brother Yi to see clan head, we'll go and stop Zifeng together with you guys." The Bear Clan's strength was much stronger than the Jade-faced Fairy Fox clans. Not only did they have a peak initial stage Tier 6 clan head, they even had an initial stage Tier 6 First Elder. Except that First Elder did not meddle with worldly affairs. The matters in the clan were basically all Pa's said to Xiong Tai to manage. Seeing Xiong Tai instructed this, Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Young Lord Xiong Tai, you mustn't." "And what do Brother Ye's words mean?" Xiong Tai said in surprise. Yi Yuan said, young lord mustn't assume an appearance like facing a great enemy, and also don't invite your first elder to come out of retirement. As long as you let him pay attention to the development of the situation at all times will do. When young lord comes across that Zifeng, just say that clan head Xiongzhan is currently in close seclusion and will be ready to leave seclusion in a few days. Make sure not to reveal nervousness. The Purple Flood Dragon clan are definitely still unable to verify the news right now. That's why they would put on such a great fanfare. It's in order to demonstrate their might to cow the tiger. You guys reacting too intensely will fit right in with their wishes. When the situation is detrimental, pretend to be very powerful to deter the enemy. When you're very powerful, put on a weak appearance to bait the enemy. Understood? Xiong Tai seemed to have understood, but he also seemed to not understand. But he felt that what Yi Yuan said was very reasonable. But at this time, Xiong Tai could not think too much. He nodded his head and brought Yi Yuan to go see Xiongzhan. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help sighing in his heart too. This big dumb bear clan was really enough to choke on. But this Xiong Tai more or less should be able to comprehend some of his ideas. Presumably, delaying for a while was doable. But he had to ramp up the speed a little over on his side. Otherwise, if the Purple Flood Dragon clan really raided in, that would not be fun. When Yi Yuan saw Xiongzhan, he could not help being secretly alarmed too. Just how many fire source crystals did this fellow absorb? To actually be poisoned so deeply. The Xiongzhan before his eyes had an emaciated appearance, his expression haggard, looking just like a crazed person. How was there any demeanor of a Tier 6 expert? When Xiong Tai saw Xiongzhan, he knelt in front of him with tears in his eyes and said, Clan head, for the sake of our fire source True Dipper Bear clan, you must hold up. I brought Brother Yi here. He can definitely cure your fire poison. Xiongzhan had a listless look. Only after hearing Xiong Tai's words did he barely manage to open both eyes and briefly sweep a glance over Yi Yuan. He said feebly, What means does a Tier 4 brat have? This. Brother Yi, he is the best shaman. He absolutely has ways to save you. Xiong Tai was uncertain too. He already did not have any methods right now. Xiongzhan shook his head slightly and said, It's useless. Let him leave. This fire poison, even I have no way around it. How can he do? Yi Yuan said coolly, regardless whether or not I have any means, I'm afraid it's no longer up to clan head Xiongzhan anymore. Their Purple Flood Dragon clan has already attacked and now at the entrance. If you continue to be like this, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan, this lineage, will probably be terminated. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Xiongzhan abruptly opened both eyes. A seldom-seen glimmer radiated from both eyes as he asked Xiong Tai, is what he said true? Xiong Tai froze and nodded his head slightly. Yi Yuan said, All right, no time to waste. Your descendants are going to fight for the Bear clan right now. You, this old fellow, got to at least do a little something, right? Want me to do what? Xiongzhan was startled inwardly and muttered. Yi Yuan did not bother with him, but he said to Xiong Tai, Young lord, you leave first. The clan still needs you to preside over the overall situation. Remember what I said before. Xiong Tai looked at Yi Yuan and nodded his head hard and said, Brother Yi, this place will be entrusted over to you. Clan head, if I don't return this time, you must help me kill Zifeng and take revenge for me. As he said, Xiong Tai left resolutely. Xiongzhan looked at Xiong Tai's back view and could not help knitting his brows together. Yi Yuan knew that Xiongzhan's fire poison flared up again and was currently incinerating his meridians. Suddenly, Xiongzhan shut his eyes and said, Want me to do what? Say it. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly revealed hints of a smile. He knew that the fighting spirit in Xiongzhan's heart had already lifted up. As an alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan had saved G.O. D knows how many people before in his previous life. He knew his patient's thoughts like the back of his hand and knew what kind of method to use to stimulate the patient's desire to live. Without any doubt, this Xiongzhan's soft spot was his clansman. His descendants were all fighting a bloody battle outside, while he was powerless to do anything. Nothing could stimulate him more than this. What you have to do is to give up control of your meridians and allow me to free reign. I will enter your meridians using essence fire and refine away all the fire poison in your body. Yi Yuan said. Xiongzhan snapped open both eyes abruptly and stared fixedly at Yi Yuan and said, "Young man, what capabilities do you have to dare carry out such conduct? Entering other people's meridians with essence fire." This was an extremely dangerous action. Even though Xiongzhan was a Tier 6 expert, a moment of carelessness and he would be burned to death by the essence fire too. Yi Yuan's way to treat fire poison was seriously too dangerous. Even if Xiongzhan very much wanted to go out and fight side by side with his descendants right now, he could not help doubting Yi Yuan's motives at this time too. Toward Xiongzhan's intent gaze, Yi Yuan was indifferent. Meeting Xiongzhan's gaze head-on, he said coolly, "Right now, do you still have other options?" Chapter 651. Removing Poison. Chapter 651. Removing Poison. On what basis should I believe you? Xiongzhan showed a pained expression as he said. Yi Yuan took a look at Xiongzhan and said smilingly, "Every second more you delay here, your clansmen will have a bit more danger. I'm indifferent. But can you afford to dawdle?" Xiongzhan's expression changed, and his face revealed a struggling look. He finally gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. I'll cooperate with you." Yi Yuan nodded and began to feel Xiongzhan's pulse. "My essence energy is going to wander inside your meridians. Do not resist," Yi Yuan said. Xiongzhan nodded his head. The expression on his face was somewhat ugly. On the one hand, it was because of the fire poison's anguish. On the other hand, it was because him doing this was equivalent to handing his life over to Yi Yuan. To a Tier 6 experts, they believed in their own strength more. It was only under such a circumstance, whether he had no other alternatives, that he would hand his life over to another person. However, when Yi Yuan's essence energy entered Xiongzhan's meridians, Xiongzhan's expression changed. Yi Yuan's essence energy was like a clear flow, slowly flowing within his meridians. Not only was there not the slightest sense of discordance, it even made him have a very comfortable feeling. The shamans in the clan had taken his pulse before too, but had never given him this sort of sensation before. This could only mean one thing. Yi Yuan's medical skills were much stronger than those shamans in the clan. Xiongzhan involuntarily opened his eyes and sized Yi Yuan up curiously. It was only to see that on a young and handsome face, unswerving determination and experiences of the many vicissitudes of life were revealed. "Focus. Don't get distracted," Yi Yuan said with his eyes shut. Xiongzhan was startled inwardly and hurriedly reined in his mind. And at this time, his confidence in Yi Yuan increased several times inexplicably. Before long, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes, his expression revealing solemnness. Initially, Xiongzhan was still worried that Yi Yuan was so young, and that his treatment would be unreliable. But now, he was already utterly convinced by Yi Yuan. Don't look at how he was young. He had genuine ability. Just this pulse-reading skill, which shaman in the clan could compare. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Xiongzhan could not help being on tenterhook. He asked probingly, "Little brother, could it be that it's no good?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not that it won't work. It's just much more troublesome than I imagined. I might need to expend some time." Through a round of diagnosis just now, Yi Yuan discovered that the fire poison had already gradually mixed together with Xiongzhan's demonic essence. When fire poison reached this step, it was exceedingly hard to remove. A single mishap and it would damage Xiongzhan's meridians. Not that Yi Yuan was concerned his ability was lacking, but he was worried that the time stalled over on Xiong Tai's side would not be sufficient. When Xiongzhan heard, his face could not help revealing wild elation as he said, "Then what are you waiting for? Quickly begin." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right. But how long Xiong Tai can stall for over there will be up to him. Over here, I can only do my best. Starting now, you have to give your whole attention and open up all of your meridians. During the process of me removing the poison, you mustn't use the slightest bit of essence energy. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself." Xiongzhan was like an obedient little child currently. He nodded and said, "Okay. I definitely won't use. Definitely won't use." Yi Yuan held out his palm. Fiery appeared in his hand. Fiery, when you enter his meridians in a while, you have to coordinate well with me. You must be doubly prudent to make sure not to hurt his meridians. Yi Yuan used his consciousness to communicate with Fiery. The matter of Fiery unlocking intellect, Yi Yuan naturally did not wish to let Xiongzhan know. One had to know that the valuableness of an essence fire that unlocked intellect was not beneath an ordinary divine art. If Xiongzhan knew, who knows if he would have wicked designs or not. Finished instructing Fiery, Yi Yuan tapped onto Xiongzhan's palm with his fingertip. Outside the borders of the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan's domain, swords were drawn and bows were pulled. Xiong Tai obeyed Yi Yuan's suggestion, and did not bring the remaining first elder in the clan over here. When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai, his face showed slight surprise. Xiong Tai was not too stupid either. Right away, he said with a threatening aura, "Clan head Zifeng, you come bearing down so menacingly, could it be that you want to start a war across the board with our Bear Clan?" When Zifeng saw Xiong Tai's composed manner, he could not help doubting in his mind. Could it be that the intel obtained was not accurate? Xiongzhan was not poisoned at all? But he naturally would not let it show on his face. He said with a big laugh, "Ha ha! What is honorable nephew saying here? I was just incredibly bored recently, and came to find old man Xiong to chit-chat. I just happened to bring some youngsters over too. Our two clans are neighbors. We should also be on more intimate terms, isn't that so? Where's old man Xiong? Such a haughty manner. Old man, I already came over personally. Doesn't you know how to come out and welcome me?" The group of bears inclusive of Xiong Hui all revealed indignation on their faces. This old man, Zifeng, was truly shameless, clearly harboring ill intent and was wary of Xiongzhan too. Yet, he just had to feign the appearance of an old friend. Usually, Xiong Tai would have long swung a hammer over. Why would he talk so much C.R.A.P. with him? The members of the Bear Clan were proficient in battle, but they were not good with words. How could they understand this kind of beating around the bush thing? But before coming, Yi Yuan repeatedly exhorted Xiong Tai to pretend as if Xiongzhan was fine. Xiong Tai's unenlightened brain finally started to set in motion too. Speaking of which, Xiong Tai was not dumb either. He was much better than Xiong Hui, that straightforward person. Xiong Tai had a look of sudden realization and said, "Oh, turns out that clan head Zifeng is here to reminiscence the old days. Our family's clan head is currently in close seclusion. Calculating it, he should exit seclusion these 2 days? Clan head Zifeng can wait, why not come into the clan and wait a bit for 1 or 2 days?" Hearing Xiong Tai said so, Zifeng became even more doubtful. Could it be that the intel was really wrong? Xiongzhan, that old man, was really only in close seclusion? Zifeng's eyes swirled around, but his gaze landed on the Xiong Hui behind Xiong Tai. Xiong Hui was not as composed as Xiong Tai. That nervous expression was practically written all over his face. Once Zifeng saw it, he immediately understood in his heart and thought to himself, "Xiong Tai, this little bastard, he actually learned to play scheming and intrigues with your father too. But sadly, it's useless for you alone to be smart. The others are still a bunch of dumb bears. When Xiong Tai initially saw Zifeng's expression, he thought that his own performance already hoodwinked the other party's eyes. But who knew that Zifeng suddenly laughed faintly and said, "Since honorable nephew invited so cordially, then this old man will accept deferentially than to decline courteously. Go, I'll follow you all into the clan together. I'll drink a glass or two with honorable nephew you first." Xiong Tai's expression changed, but stood there without moving. Zifeng laughed coldly in his heart, but his mouth said, "What is it? Could it be that honorable nephew has anything awkward to disclose? Or, this old man isn't welcomed? Are you jesting? Why would I have anything awkward to disclose?" Xiong Tai was just half-baked too. How could he be Zifeng, this sly old fox's match? Previously, it was just acting in accordance with Yi Yuan's instructions and thinking of some strategies to respond. But at this time, being shaken by Zifeng, Xiong Tai immediately gave himself away. "Humph! Looks like Xiongzhan, that old fellow really sucked. You embed this time. Ha! Truly, the heaven is helping me. Little bastard to dare play mind games with this old man, you're too inexperienced. I'll slaughter you right here, then go and give my best wishes to old man Xiong. Ha!" Zifeng roared with laughter. "Stinking flood dragon, you're very ky ha? You just try touching a single hair of tires. 0. Flood dragon versus dragon. Flood dragons are snake-like, live long-term in water, suck blood, delicious. Dragons are auspicious, considered bad luck if killed, proud, divine. In a Western context, it will be similar to wyvern versus dragon." Chapter 652. Two Clans' Great Battle. Chapter 652. Two Clans' Great Battle. Just earlier, the Bear Clan's side were all prepared to die already. When Zifeng suddenly flew off the handle, they knew that it could not be dragged any longer. But this voice, clearly very boorish, yet was akin to a heavenly melody. However, when Zifeng heard this voice, his expression changed. Focusing his eyes and looking over, only to see two silhouettes appearing in front of everyone. "Ha! You stinking purple flood dragon. Pretty adept at looting a burning house." Xiongzhan came in front of Zifeng, his aura seemingly threatening. How did he still have the slightest hint being in a sickly state currently? His entire person's spirit, chi, and vitality all reached the peak state. Apart from being a little thinner than before, his state was indescribably good. Seeing this scene, Xiong Tai could not help looking at Yi Yuan beside Xiongzhan in amazement, his eyes filled with admiration. This fellow actually really did it. Furthermore, it was so fast. If it was 15 minutes later, this group of people would all have to lose their lives at Zifeng's hand. This old man Zifeng was not some goody two-shoes. Confirming that something happened to Xiongzhan, he would not show the slightest bit of mercy. Zifeng's face turned black as he said solemnly, "Old man Xiong, you're actually really fine? This is impossible. Could it be that you guys have been deliberately laying down a labyrinth in order to draw me out? When did you all have this head for it?" Xiongzhan did not just have high martial prowess. His brain was very nimble too. Different from the other big dumb bears' straightforwardness, Xiongzhan's brain worked very well still. These few years, if not for Xiongzhan devising strategies in the command tent, the Bear Clan would have long been played to death by Zifeng. This point, Yi Yuan had long seen through some inkling through his conversation with Xiongzhan. Xiongzhan suddenly guffawed with laughter. He was incomparably free from inhibitions in his heart too. Seeing Xiongzhan laugh nonstop, Zifeng said with a black face, "Old man Xiong, what the hell are you laughing at?" Xiongzhan said with a big laugh, "Stinking purple flood dragon, if you knew the truth of the matter, you'd definitely wish to give yourself a few slaps. Just when you arrived, I was still tangled up with a deadly poison. My entire person was almost ruined. If not for your suspicious frame of mind being too strong, I'd really be powerless against you if you attacked over earlier. Ah. Xiongzhan chortled very happily right now. But when Yi Yuan was helping him remove the poison, he could not laugh at all. He originally thought that the trouble Yi Yuan said would require at least half a day to even a day's time. Who knew that it only needed a short 2 hours plus? Yi Yuan's Tier 5 cleansing sandal sacred flame, using to cleanse the fire poison, the effect was unexpectedly good. The process of eradicating the poison was like floating clouds and flowing water. The areas that the cleansing sandal sacred flame said by, the fire poison got instantaneously cleansed. Back then, Xiongzhan was thinking that, if there was no trouble, how fast would the speed of this brat removing the fire poison have to be? Fortunately, Yi Yuan's speed was really very fast. He rushed over here in time too. If it were any later, the outcome would be too terrible to imagine. With this, Zi Feng's face immediately became like a chameleon, all sorts of colors repeatedly changing. He finally understood why Xiong Tai kept on dawdling with him earlier. Turns out that he was stalling for time. What was more hateful was that because he was filled with suspicions, he really fell for it and missed the optimum timing. Coincidence or not, right at this crucial time, Xiongzhan actually recovered. This timing was really grasped too brilliantly. Even if he came a bit later, it would also not be as depressing as right now. Yet, it was only missing just this one step. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. This situation right now, the difference was huge. Seeing Zifeng's expression, Xiongzhan laughed even more delightedly. Both sides had fought for so many years, and they had always been suppressed by the purple flood dragons. Today, seeing Zifeng deflated, there was no need to mention how liberating Xiongzhan felt in his heart. Zifeng's gaze suddenly drifted onto Yi Yuan, and he asked with a solemn face, "Don't tell me that it was this boy who treated the poison in your body? So what if yes? With me, Xiongzhan, around, can you still harm a hair of his?" Xiongzhan said arrogantly. Zifeng looked at Yi Yuan hatefully and said, "Boy, you're very gutsy. To actually dare make an enemy out of our purple flood dragon clan." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm just an alchemist. I saw that there was a patient and just treated him. If it offended Lord Zifeng because of this, then come and beat me." When he was saying the first half of the sentence, everyone, including Xiongzhan, all thought that Yi Yuan was afraid and conceited. All the way until the final sentence came out, each and every one of the Bear Clan all could not resist laughing loudly. Why did these words sound so liberating? While Zifeng's face was already black like the bottom of a pot already. He looked at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Fine lad. You're courting death." Boom. The aura belonging to a Tier 6 expert suddenly erupted. Zifeng was going to kill Yi Yuan with one palm. "Old man Zifeng, your opponent is me. What capability does it count as to bully juniors? How could Xiongzhan possibly let Zifeng prevail?" He directly made a move and stopped him. The two people instantly tangled up in battle together. Two great Tier 6 experts fighting. That might was truly earth-shaking. The others hurriedly backed away to avoid being affected. While Zifeng was tangled up with Xiongzhan, he roared, "Zilin, what are you still in a daze for? Kill that boy for me." Zilin was precisely the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's young lord. With this roar, how could the Bear Clan and Purple Flood Dragon Clan still sit still? The two clans officially started the great battle. The Purple Flood Dragon Clan also brought another Tier 6 First Elder over here this time, while the Bear Clan's Tier 6 First Elder also showed up at this time, tangling together with him. When Zilin got Zifeng's order, he dashed straight for Yi Yuan. Yet, Xiong Tai had long viewed Yi Yuan as his benefactor. How could he possibly give him the opportunity to approach Yi Yuan? He directly attacked Tu to stop him. For a moment, the two clans' battle cries rend the air. Such a scale of fighting was not often seen in the outside world. A great battle with so many Tier 5 experts and Tier 6 experts, even when adding the Endless World and Fierce Gale World, 2 worlds together, there was also not such a scale. Yi Yuan became the idlest one in the battlefield instead and actually became weary with boredom. Occasionally, there were blind ones who came to find trouble with him and were all casually disposed of by him. Apart from a few Tier 6 experts, there were really not many who could threaten him here. Even if that Lin really found him, he would not attach importance to him either. Yi Yuan's attention right now was placed on that great battle in the sky. Xiongzhan refined 100 over pieces of fire source crystals. Originally, his strength should advance with leaps and bounds. But due to the fire poison, he was unable to break through to middle stage Tier 6 all along. But after Yi Yuan helped him remove the fire poison, the effects of Xiongzhan absorbing the fire source power started to showcase. The fire source True Dipper Bears were originally fire attribute demons. Xiongzhan absorbed that many fire source crystals. Breaking through to middle stage Tier 6 was already something in due course. Even if he had not broken through right now, Zifeng was no longer his match as well. In the air, Zifeng became more alarmed the more he fought. When did this Xiongzhan's strength become so powerful? You're going to break through soon? Zifeng said in shock. Xiongzhan laughed wildly and said, "Thanks to you. After crippling you, I'll be able to break through with a peace of mind." Chapter 653. Rock Clan Young Lord. Chapter 653. Rock Clan Young Lord, ha ha ha. I've fought with you, this stinking purple flood dragon, for so many years. There has yet to be such a liberating time once before. Wait until your father breaks through to the middle stage Tier 6. I'll definitely beat you until your mom can't recognize you. Xiongzhan said as he laughed wildly in the air. Xiongzhan broke the stalemate very quickly, chasing Zifeng and beating him up in an overwhelming ferocity. But the two people's cultivation realms did not have a great difference. There was not such a great disparity in terms of strength. For Xiongzhan to want to take down Zifeng in a short time, it was not something easy. In reality, Yi Yuan also knew that the current Xiongzhan could not kill Zifeng at all, unless he could break through to middle stage Tier 6. Old man Xiong, don't get COCKY. Do you really think that you've stumped me? Zifeng yelled at the top of his voice as he fled. So what if stumped you? This old man being stronger than you right now is stumping you. Ha! See if you dare to be rampant in front of your father again. Xiongzhan said. Xiongzhan decided to definitely thank Yi Yuan properly after the matter. If not for Yi Yuan, the Bear Clan would be in danger right now. Currently, not only was the Bear Clan's crisis fully resolved, he even utterly suppressed his old foe of many years. This sort of liberating feeling Xiongzhan had never encountered before in so many years of cultivation. Zifeng warded off Xiongzhan's pursuit and attack while being secretly anxious. Why hasn't the Rock Clan's young lord here? Still not coming? This old man really won't be able to withstand it. Taking everything to considerations, I didn't calculate that such a brat would pop out and could actually completely resolve the poison in Xiongzhan's body. The two people's battle commotion in the air was extremely great. But under Xiongzhan's wanton and indiscriminate bombardment, Zifeng already sustained a fair bit of injuries on his body. Xiongzhan was currently fighting fervently and did not think so much at all. But Yi Yuan's brows gradually furrowed together. Zifeng clearly had the ability to escape, but he forcefully endured it and did not leave. If this continued, he would not even have the chance to escape. This Zifeng was evidently a cunning old fox. Logically speaking, he should value his life infinitely. But why did he remain behind? There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. This Zifeng would rather sustain heavy injuries and also wanted to stay behind. There must be an even greater scheme. Could it be that the Purple Flood Dragon clan still had some way out? A foreboding premonition gradually welled up in Yi Yuan's heart. Just as Yi Yuan was wondering on his own, a small black dot appeared far away on the horizons. Yi Yuan discovered this tiny black dot right away. His heart could not help sinking gradually. The small black dot gradually enlarged. Yi Yuan strained his eyes to look at the distance. Turns out that it was a flying carriage. The flying carriage was pulled along by 9 Tier 4 flying demonic beasts. The spectacle was extremely grand. This ostentatious display was not an ordinary kind of extravagant. Following the approach of the flying carriage, Xiongzhan and Zifeng clearly noticed it too. When Zifeng saw the flying carriage arriving, his face could not help revealing wild elation. Ha ha! Xiongzhan, young Lord Pengyun has arrived. I'll see how you still be arrogant. Today will be the day of extermination of your fire source True Dipper Bear clan. The moment Xiongzhan heard the name Pengyun, his expression involuntarily changed greatly. With a gloomy look, he looked at Zifeng and said, "You, this fellow, actually dared to betray Lord Hu Yen and call in the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan. Bah! Hu Yen, that fellow might have long be dead already. These dozen over years, their Darkfiend Tiger clan did not look after us the tiniest bit at all. On what basis should my Purple Flood Dragon clan still work ourselves to the bone for them for?" Zifeng said. "You shut your jinx mouth. Lord Hu Yan's might is immensely formidable. How can he possibly die? You dared to betray Lord Hu Yan. Prepare to have an awareness of death then," Xiongzhan said in an uncontrollable rage. "Heh, you this dumb bear. Who knows how many demon races in the Darkfiend Tiger clan's territory have already given rise to the thought. Do you think that there's only my Purple Flood Dragon clan? Only you, this dumb bear, would be foolishly loyal to Hu Yen, that fellow. Today, exterminating you, this big dumb bear, there will naturally be the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan to back me up," Zifeng said with a cold laugh. Yi Yuan listened to the two people's conversation and could not help recalling Yu Huan's repeated warnings. He also did not think that he would be MP into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan so quickly. If he let them know that he possessed the dragon race's bloodline, his outcome would probably not be good. Listening to it, the Darkfiend Tiger clan and the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan seemed to be sworn enemies, and the Darkfiend Tiger clan's boss, life or death, was unknown currently, resulting in the thoughts of the various subordinate demon clans to drift. The Bear clan was all very simple and honest, and did not give rise to this thought at all. But the Purple Flood Dragon clan adjacent to them probably had the intent to rebel long ago already. That was why they threw their lots in with the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan in secret. Yi Yuan saw that an old man accompanied by that flying carriage's side. His strength was unfathomable. He was probably still even stronger than Xiongzhan. This matter today was likely unable to be settled already. That flying carriage came close in front very quickly. A hawk-nosed young man sat in the carriage, looking very haughty, as if everyone in his eyes were like ants. This person was naturally the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan's young lord, Pengyun. At this time, a youth on the other side of the carriage came in front and said to everybody very arrogantly, "Young Lord Pengyun has arrived. Why haven't you all paid respects?" Zifeng disregarded the wounds on his body and hurriedly gave a bow and said, "Lesser clan's Zifeng pays respects to young Lord Pengyun, Elder Penghai." The clan head of a clan that attitude was unbelievably obsequious, while Xiongzhan had a somber look and did not have the intention of paying respects at all. That youth said in a great rage when he saw the situation, "You, this lowly bear clan, saw young Lord Pengyun and still not paying respects?" The Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan also possessed the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Their divine beast bloodline was extremely thick. It was much stronger than the Purple Flood Dragons, Fire Source True Dipper Bears, and the others. Xiongzhan's expression changed, and he said with a cold snort, "I, Xiongzhan, only recognizes Lord Hu Yen and I don't recognize any young Lord Peng Yun. Want to make me, old Xiong, pay respects? Dream on. When Yi Yuan heard Xiongzhan's words, he nodded his head slightly too. Among the demon clans, to have such integrity was not easy. One had to know that offending Peng Yun now was risking the danger of clan extermination. But Xiongzhan did not even furrow his brows. The youth exclaimed in a great rage, "Creature that refuses face when given. To actually dare be disrespectful towards young lord. The Dark Fiend Tiger clan is already nearing its end. In the future, this Dongming region, only my 1,000-mountain Great Rock clan have the final say. You still don't know how to appreciate favors. We'll exterminate your clan. F***ck your bulls. HI+T. Lord Hu Yan's means are immensely formidable. You all dare to jump around, you'll be taken care of by him sooner or later one day." Xiongzhan said. "Ha ha! You this dumb bear. To actually still harbor illusions about Hu Yan. Let me tell you, Hu Yan was hurt by the Azure Spirit Tree over 10 years ago. Right now, even if he's not dead, he's pretty much a cripple too. This young lord will give you a chance right now. If you're still impervious to sense, today will be the day of your Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's extermination." The Peng Yun, who had not spoken the entire time, finally opened his mouth. Xiongzhan's expression changed, and he could not help looking at the clansman behind him, his face showing a look of reluctance. "Hoo-hoo, that's it. You, as the clan head, if all your clansmen die at your hands, then you'll be the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan's eternal sinner. Can you accept that?" Peng Yun seemed to be able to see through thoughts, guiding gently. Xiongzhan suddenly turned around. Yi Yuan saw it plainly. A drop of tear water actually flowed down from his eye. "Children, do you all fear death or not?" Xiongzhan asked sonorously and imposingly. "Not afraid." Chapter 654. Borrowing Name to Challenge. Chapter 654. Borrowing Name to Challenge. Not afraid. These two words, those bears virtually uttered it in unison from different mouths without the slightest hesitation, bringing along a moving and tragic aura surging towards the sky. The moment these two words came out, it was expressing their will with death. Don't look at how each and every one of these bears was all slow-witted normally. At this time, all of them had lofty and unyielding characters that reached the clouds. To say that they were doomsday heroes was not over the top too. Each and every one of that expression, in Yi Yuan's view, was actually somewhat cute. When Xiongzhan saw this scene, tears involuntarily coursed down his old face. He nodded and said, "Good. Good children. Lord Hu Yan's debt of grat. 1. 2 towards our bear clan is as weighty as a mountain. Today we'll repay the favor with death." Xiongzhan turned around abruptly, stared at Peng Yun, and said, "Did you hear that, brat? Want to make my bear clan surrender? Can't do that." Peng Yun originally had a look like everything was under control, but the expression currently was frighteningly grim. Xiongzhan's actions were truly flinging a resounding slap on his face, making him lose all face. "Since that's the case, this young lord will fulfill your wishes. Peng Hai, exterminate them for me." Peng Yun said each word slowly. "Young Lord Peng Yun, Zi Feng has a presumptuous request." Peng Hai was just about to make a move when Zi Feng suddenly came forward and said. Peng Yun did not even give him a glance and said coldly, "Speak." But Zi Feng's gaze was looking at Yi Yuan as he said with a cold smile, "Young lord, can you hand that punk over to me? Xiongzhan he was originally inflicted with a deadly poison. My Purple Flood Dragon clan could have originally taken down the Bear clan as easy as overturning one's hands. Yet, this punk opposed young lord and cured Xiongzhan." Hearing Zi Feng's words, Xiongzhan's expression could not help changing drastically. Yi Yuan was his benefactor. It was fine if they died. But if they implicated Yi Yuan, he would die with endless regret. "Zi Feng, don't you sow discord here. Yi Yuan doesn't know our two clans matters at all. He only came to help out of goodwill. If you dare to touch a single hair of his, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost." Xiongzhan glared fiercely at Zi Feng and said. Peng Yun, hearing Zi Feng's words, looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, and he said, "Oh? Human? This boy only has merely Tier 4 strength, and he could actually resolve the poison in the body of a Tier 6 demon? Looks like he's quite capable. A pity that he's a human. Otherwise, he could work for me. Since that's the case, kill him then." When Zi Feng heard the first half of the sentence, his heart leaped to his throat. He even thought that Peng Yun took fancy upon Yi Yuan's capability. Only upon hearing the last sentence did he finally set his mind at ease. Getting the order, Zi Feng had indescribable satisfaction in his heart as he looked at Yi Yuan with a hideous grin and said, "Boy, didn't you want me to come and beat you earlier? Now I'll see what you have to be stubborn. I'm going to tear this mouth of yours to shreds today and see if it's really that hard." Xiongzhan was secretly anxious when he saw the situation. He was just about to make a move when he felt an extremely powerful aura lock onto him. This Peng Hai's strength was middle stage Tier 6. Moreover, the Rock clan's bloodline strength was exceptionally formidable. Xiongzhan was not a match at all. Xiongzhan hated in his heart. If he could break through to middle stage Tier 6 earlier, he wouldn't be at the extent of being so helpless right now too. Xiongzhan had the resolve to die long ago. But seeing that Zi Feng actually implicated Yi Yuan at this time, the remorse in his heart was indescribable. If he knew that it was this kind of situation long ago, he should have let him leave first after Yi Yuan treated him. "Yi Yuan, quickly leave. What old Xiong, I owe you, I'll definitely pay back in my next life." Xiongzhan shouted. "Run? Running where? With this old man here, can he still run?" "Ha!" Zi Feng chuckled madly. Yi Yuan did not move there the whole time and did not speak either. But at this time, he shot Zi Feng a nonchalant glance and said, "Lowly purple flood dragon bloodline is fit to be my opponent too?" Even if Zi Feng was cunning and experienced with age, he was also infuriated by Yi Yuan's scornful attitude. His purple flood dragon bloodline was one of the branches of the dragon race's bloodlines. Even though the bloodline was very impure, he had the chance to transform from a flood dragon to become a dragon too. Even though this chance was very slim, it did not seem to have any relations with lowly, this word, right? Lowly? You, a puny little human, actually dare to utter such wild ravings. Yi Yuan was completely disinclined to even give him a glance. His body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming dragon pressure. The expressions of all the people present, after witnessing Yi Yuan's dragon pressure, changed drastically. "Now, do you still have complaints about me saying that your bloodline is lowly?" Yi Yuan said coolly. Zi Feng's expression changed. The embarrassment on his face could not be concealed no matter what. In front of Yi Yuan, wasn't this purple flood dragon race, a lowly bloodline? Flood dragon race, no matter how pure a bloodline flood dragon race, could not compare to the tiniest speck of the dragon race at all. In front of the dragon race, the flood dragon race bloodline was Traz. Plus Yi Yuan calling his bloodline lowly was not wrong at all. All of the demon races present, body could refute this sentence of Yi Yuan's, including Peng Yun. Zi Feng's face flushed scarlet, wanting to say something, but discovered how feeble words were currently. Yi Yuan did not bother with him but slowly pulled aside his collar, revealing that piece of reverse scale below his neck. Seeing that piece of emerald green reverse scale, Peng Yun and Xiongzhan's expression changed once more as they cried out in concert, "Dragon Lord!" Xiongzhan did not think that Yi Yuan was actually this generation's Dragon Lord. He cursed secretly in his heart. The Dragon Lord and the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan were incompatible like water and fire. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan had once sent out the news that as long as the next Dragon Lord came into being, they would kill the Dragon Lord at all costs. Now Yi Yuan actually took the initiative to expose his own status as Dragon Lord. Wasn't this courting death? Indeed, Peng Yun's and Peng Hai's expressions currently both changed, becoming rather terrifying. Very clearly, the current Yi Yuan's weight in their eyes had already far surpassed, said Xiongzhan's. Seeing this scene, Xiongzhan's heart involuntarily pounded. Yi Yuan wasn't doing this in order to save the Bear Clan, right? But his strength was only tier 4. Wasn't doing so striking a rock with an egg? It was just that no matter what the result was, the favor that Xiongzhan owed Yi Yuan this time was Ma's sieve. I heard that my predecessor once killed a rock young lord. Didn't think that I'd run into the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan again today. Really quite fated. Hohu, it's just that I don't know if you have the guts to have a battle with me? Yi Yuan looked straight at Peng Yun. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Yuan was actually going to challenge Peng Yun. One had to know that Peng Yun was late-stage tier 5, while Yi Yuan was only middle-stage tier 4. This huge disparity in strength was also too great. Even if Yi Yuan was the Dragon Lord and possessed true dragon bloodline, the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's bloodline power was extremely formidable too. Even though it could not compare to the dragon races, it still belonged to a first-rate bloodline. Adding in that his strength was a major realm higher than Yi Yuan's, there was simply no fight between the two. When Peng Hai saw Yi Yuan challenge Peng Yun, he could not help knitting his brows together slightly. Taking a step forward, he said, "Young lord, this old man will go and kill him." "Hang on." Peng Yun slowly got up from the flying carriage, walked in front of Peng Hai with his hands behind his back, and said, "The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan's humiliation must be washed away by the Rock Clan's young lord. You're called Yi Yuan, right? This young lord will fulfill your wish today." Chapter 655. Challenging the Other Party's Forte. Chapter 655. Challenging the Other Party's Forte. Young lord, you mustn't fall for this boy's trickery. He laid everything bare and challenged you. He probably has ill intent. Peng Hai warned. Peng Yun smiled confidently and said, "Uncle Hai, you're also too cautious. My strength, could you still not be aware? With my strength, if I can't even take down a puny little tier 4 Dragon Lord, how will I command the Dongming region in the future? If I don't even dare to accept the challenge of the Dragon Lord, what qualifications do I still have to inherit the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan? Whatever moves he has, just unleash them. This young lord will receive it all." Indeed, this was a certain win battle. Peng Yun had no reason to refuse. Tier 5 against Tier 4, there was a difference of a major boundary. If he could still lose like this, then this Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan successor, would also have no face to come out and mix around in the future. Yi Yuan highlighting his Dragon Lord ident. 1. Tai He Peng Yun would have to accept this challenge. The entire Dongming region all knew that the Thousand Mountain Great Rock's young lord had died at the hands of the previous generation's Dragon Lord before. If he did not accept Yi Yuan's challenge, he would be a complete and utter wuss. Yi Yuan was forcing him to the bitter end here. Of course, in Peng Yun's view, Yi Yuan was forcing himself to the bitter end. When Peng Hai heard Peng Yun say so, he naturally knew that he could not very well stop this either. But he would be sure to keep an eye tightly on Yi Yuan. As long as Yi Yuan had any weird ideas, he must deal a lightning-quick blow. Peng Yun got down from the flying carriage, and came before Yi Yuan. Shaking his head disdainfully, he said, "Didn't expect that this generation's Dragon Lord's strength is actually so lousy. If not for you Hi plus-ing the reverse scale, I'd even somewhat suspect that you're a fake." Yi Yuan was obviously fake. How was he some Dragon Lord? But at this time, Yi Yuan was very grateful for this Dragon Lord ident. 1 Tai. This Peng Yun's appearance was too sudden. Yi Yuan did not have time to prepare anything. Hence, ever since Peng Yun appeared, Yi Yuan had been pondering on how to respond the entire time. And the Dragon Lord idn't. 1. Tai was his only choice. Hoo, your predecessor was slaughtered by my predecessor. And today's results won't have any difference. Although the Great Rock Clan has some skill, they are at the very best just an upstart too, forever too inferior to show in public, Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. To the 4 divine beasts, this level of divine beast, the other demon races were all upstarts. The dragon race had this confidence and also this pride. Yi Yuan's performance made Peng Yun believe his ident. 1. Tai even more. Because the previous generation Dragon Lord was as rampant as Yi Yuan. Peng Yun's expression was dark as he said, creature who don't know life from death. To actually dare goad this young lord's baseline. You'll die very horribly. Even though the dragon race's might was universally acknowledged, in this God prohibited demon region, apart from the appearance of a dragon lord every few years, there were no dragons existing. Of course, there might be inside there. It was just that inside there was cut off from the world. Regardless of what happened in the outside world, they would not intervene either. Even though they did not know where on earth the Dragon Lord came from, the greatest possibility was there. Because that place, it was the most mysterious place. As mysterious as the Dragon Lord. There had been records of Dragon Lords being killed before in history. But there had been no reaction from that place. It was precisely because of this that the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan had the confidence to raise a hue and cry. If from inside there had been any stirrings, what did the Dragon Lord killing the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan's young lord count for? Peng Yun's Tier 5 aura was released fully. The pressure of the Great Rock bloodline was released, instantaneously enveloping everybody inside. When Xiongzhan saw this scene, his heart could not help sinking. He also did not expect that Peng Yun's divine beast Kuan Peng bloodline would actually be so thick. It had most probably already Serpa, as said the previous generation's Great Rock young lord. Peng Yun's strength was much stronger compared to ordinary late-stage Tier 5s. Xiongzhan's gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan and starting worrying for him. Compared to Peng Yun, Yi Yuan's strength was seriously too weak. Furthermore, demons possessing Kuan Peng bloodline, their speed were all very heaven-defying. Xiongzhan could not see the tiniest bit of hope of Yi Yuan obtaining victory at all. Boom! At virtually the same instance, Yi Yuan's aura suddenly skyrocketed too, directly breaking through to peak 6th level. Origin Spirit 9 transformations. Initially, Fiery was only Tier 4 and already did not have much effect on the present Yi Yuan. But now, Fiery broke through to Tier 5. The power of Yi Yuan's Origin Spirit 9 transformations was manifested once again. Seeing this scene, Peng Hai's brows involuntarily knitted slightly. Clearly, he was very surprised by this move of Yi Yuan and also could not help worrying for Peng Yun. Not knowing why, Peng Hai kept feeling that this Yi Yuan was not simple. Peng Yun himself was only slightly surprised. He gave a cold smile indifferently soon after and said, "Indeed have some capabilities. It's just that like this is still inadequate." Finished talking, everyone had not reacted to it, but Peng Yun's entire person already vanished from sight. Boom! Peng Yun struck Yi Yuan directly with a palm. Everyone was greatly frightened. This scene seriously happened too suddenly. Could it be that Yi Yuan was finished off effortlessly like this? Yet, only when everyone came to their senses, did they notice something amiss. Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly fine. A faint smile was still hanging at the corners of his mouth. Then, Yi Yuan's figure gradually dissipated. It was actually an afterimage. Everyone says that the Kuan Peng divine beast's speed is unparalleled under the heavens. In my opinion, it's also nothing more than this. Yi Yuan's faint voice drifted over, filled with contempt. Peng Yun's expression fell slightly as he said, "No wonder you dared to challenge this young lord. Turns out that you're quite capable in terms of speed. However, Do you think that this is enough? Too naive. Pring Yun's bloodline power undulated out. His speed instantly rose to the peak, HI plus ing straight for Yi Yuan. With this, his speed was several times swifter than just now. This was a deadly tempo. Apart from the few Tier 6 experts present, there was no body who could see Pring Yun's trajectory clearly at all. The Rock Clan's speed claimed to be unparalleled under the heavens. It was indeed not for show. Yet, the next instant, something that made everyone's jaws drop even more happened. Yi Yuan's figure also suddenly vanished from sight. The two people were actually like air, disappeared. How swift a speed does this need? These two people's speed are simply unimaginable. Young Lord Pring Yun's speed being fast is something within expectations. But what's going on with that Yi Yuan? When has the dragon race's speed be this swift too? Young Lord Pring Yun's bloodline power absolutely surpa, as said the previous generations. This speed is heaven-defying level. This Yi Yuan could actually draw with young Lord Pring Yun in terms of speed. To be able to clash head-on in speed with the Rock Clan, it's still my first time seeing. Everyone was amazed by Yi Yuan's speed. It was too terrifying. These two people's compet. One Tian in speed, compared to Yi Yuan's compet. 1. Tian in speed with Wolf Fong back then, was simply a great sorcerer meeting a small apprentice. Yet, Pring Yun's speed being fast was within reason. But Yi Yuan's speed made everyone all feel very astounded. Battling with the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan, it basically needed to rely on absolute strength to overwhelm. To want to catch up to them in terms of speed was simply a pipe dream. But now, Yi Yuan swept away the faces of all the rocks resplendently in terms of speed. Chapter 656. Soul Victor. Chapter 656. Soul Victor. Pring Yun's mood right now was extremely similar to Wolf Fong's back then. Clearly, his speed was a bit faster than Yi Yuan's. But each time he caught up to Yi Yuan, his body would always sink without rhyme or reason, slowing a tiny bit of speed. Except, just this tiny bit made him forever unable to catch up to Yi Yuan. This sort of feeling, there was no need to talk about how depressing it was. Koan Pring bloodline was well deserving of being the most skilled in speed among the divine beast bloodlines. Even with Yi Yuan's Wind Thunder Extreme Light shuttling art cultivated to minor accomplishment realm, it was still slightly inferior to Pring Yun. But adding in the origin magnetic field, Pring Yun could forget about catching up to him. With a swoosh, Yi Yuan directly dashed out several miles away. Want to run? How can it be that easy? Pring Yu brought out his true power too, chasing after without any hesitation. The 1,000 Mountain Great Rock Clan was also an extremely proud race. With his most proficient speed being unable to obtain victory, this made Pring Yun feel an utter loss of face. Yet, when Pring Hai saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. Young Lord, careful! At the same time, Pring Hai attacked like lightning. But even if he was a Tier 6 expert, going from being stationary to movement still needed some time. However, Yi Yuan and Pring Yun were in the midst of high-speed movement. This slight time difference was sufficient. What Yi Yuan was waiting for was this moment. Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman. Explode for me! Yi Yuan roared, directly throwing the last remaining Void Escape Thunderous Explosion Talisman on him at Pring Yun. This change was too sudden. Pring Yun could not react at all. Originally, it was a one-sided situation. How could Pring Yun think that Yi Yuan could release such a horrifying attack? Caught by surprise with this, how could he parry it in time? Only to see dozens of bolts of terrifying lightning land blasted right onto Pring Yun's body. Arg! Pring Yun suffered heavy injuries straight away, falling down. Young Lord! Right then, Pring Hai arrived. However, how could Yi Yuan give him any chance? Right from the beginning, Yi Yuan already planned out every segment. That far escape earlier seemed to be casual. Actually, the distance was planned out long ago. Even though this Peng Hai's speed was fast, Yi Yuan was only 100 feet away from Peng Yun. The moment Peng Yun, got hit, Yi Yuan already sped over with extreme speed. In an instant, Yi Yuan grabbed hold of the Peng Yun, who was currently falling down rapidly, a finger pointed at the middle of his back. Stop! Yi Yuan grabbed hold of Peng Yun and shouted. Peng Hai's figure stopped abruptly, and he said sternly, "If you dare to harm a hair of young Lord Peng Yun's, I'll make you die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "I've already inserted essence fire into his meridians. As long as you dare to take another step forward, I'll burn him into a roasted great rock first. Do you believe or not?" Peng Hai's expression was frighteningly grim but really did not dare to come forward. Meridians were not just humans' most fragile area, it was likewise demons' most fragile area. Once the essence fire erupted, it was not a joking matter. Boy, you have such deep scheme. At this time, how could Peng Hai still not tell that the situation in front of him was all cooked up by Yi Yuan single-handedly? To be able to find this ray of hope under such an adverse circumstance, this boy was indeed someone who had great wisdom. If it were other times, Peng Hai would surely have to praise Yi Yuan's performance highly. But right now, he was hostile with Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan even captured Peng Yun to be a hostage. Peng Hai wished that he could eat his flesh. Is that so? You guys looting a burning house isn't considered deep scheming? Yi Yuan refuted without any hesitation. Truthfully speaking, today's situation was practically a lost game. Yi Yuan also stumbled upon a dragon lord Iden. 1. Tai by chance to be able to provoke Peng Yun into taking action. Otherwise, even if he had the Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talisman, how could he possibly be Peng Yun's match too? Towards this Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan, Yi Yuan obviously did not have any favorable impression. Enough C.R.A.P. Quickly let young lord go. I can spare your life. Peng Hai said. Yi Yuan snickered and said, "Do you take me for a fool? If I released him, would you let me leave alive?" Peng Hai's brows furrowed and he said, "Then what do you want?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "You kill Zifeng first, then bring your men and get lost from here." By the side, Zifeng was already dazed from watching long ago. Hearing Yi Yuan's words at this time, he involuntarily shuddered. He never could have thought that the situation would turn around so quickly. Just now, it was still him wanting to kill Yi Yuan. In this short while, it became Yi Yuan wanting to kill him. Lord Peng Hai, don't listen to that brat talking rubbish. Plus Zifeng is loyal and devoted to Lord Peng Tian. The heaven can bear witness. Zifeng said with a mournful face. Ha ha. Zifeng, since you say that you're loyal and devoted, then you naturally have to use your life to exchange for young Lord Peng Yun's life, isn't it? Yi Yuan said with a big laugh. Zifeng's face immediately became black like the bottom of a pot as he cursed inwardly. This boy is really hard to tangle with, digging a pit for your father to jump. Punk, don't sow discord here. If you don't release young Lord Peng Yun, you can forget about leaving here today. Zifeng said furiously. Facing this sort of non-threatening threat, Yi Yuan did not take it to heart at all. He said with SN. 1 GG, looks like in your heart, this old life of yours is still more precious than young Lord Peng Yun's. Sigh. As Yi Yuan said, he even shook his head and sighed. That appearance was simply asking for a beating to the max. Zifeng cursed fervently in his heart, yet, he was helpless against Yi Yuan. Forget about him, right now, even Peng Hai was holding back from taking action out of fear. They did not have the capital to bargain at all. As long as Yi Yuan lightly spat out force, Peng Yun would croak right away. Boy you! Zifeng was just about to curse angrily but was stopped by Peng Hai with a hand gesture. Peng Hai shook his head and said, Yi Yuan, as long as you release young lord, any condition is open for discussion. My Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan has everything you desire. As long as you open your mouth, we will be able to take it out. Once Zifeng heard that Peng Hai did not have the intention of killing him, he was also considerably more at ease in his heart and shut his mouth sensibly. Yet, right at this time, a wave of powerful demonic essence erupted out suddenly. That instant just now was precisely the instant that Zifeng was the most relaxed. He completely did not think that Peng Hai would suddenly launch an attack. By the time he reacted, it was already too late. Bang! An immensely huge palm force directly imprinted onto Zifeng's forehead. Before dying, Zifeng was still glaring with wide, round eyes, not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. Clan Head! Lord Clan Head! How could the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's clansmen expect such a change to happen? Each and every one of them looked at Zifeng's corpse with deep hatred and resentment, still not daring to believe everything that happened in front of them. What in the world happened? Wasn't coming today to exterminate the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan? Why did Clan Head die first instead? The entire incident struck one snag after another. From the Purple Flood Dragon Clan's great army bearing down on the border, to Xiongzhan showing up and overturning the raging tides, then to Peng Yun showing up and overpowering Xiongzhan, then to Yi Yuan trigger Young Lord and capturing Peng Yun alive. The development of today's situation seriously made everyone unable to take it all in with their eyes. However, Zifeng's death made everyone all understand that today's victor was only one person. That person was Yi Yuan. Chapter 657. Displaying meager skill before an expert. Chapter 657. Displaying meager skill before an expert. Yi Yuan did not think that this Peng Hai would actually be so decisive either, killing right away. But Yi Yuan was clear in his heart. This sly old fox knew that Zifeng must die today, that was why he killed ruthlessly. Yi Yuan was also someone extremely decisive, and could not possibly tolerate Zifeng, such a Tier 6 expert, to live in the world. This was an immense threat to him. In addition, Peng Hai wanted to use this sort of method to shock him, Wisconsin H.I. plus ing to make him not act rashly without careful thought. However, he seemed to be overthinking it. Could this bit of method stun him with awe? Zifeng is already dead. Can you release Young Lord yet? You should know that even if you really killed Young Lord, you'll also with buried with him. Not just you. All the people present would all have to be buried with Young Lord. Including me. If Peng Yun were killed by people under Peng Hai's protection, it would surely be hard for Peng Hai to absolve himself from the blame. Then the final outcome was Peng Hai killing all of the people, then committing suicide himself. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly and looked at Peng Hai as if he was in the middle of struggling inside his heart. I can hand over to you. But how will you ensure my safety? You also know that Peng Yun is my only trump card. If after I release him, you don't acknowledge what you said, won't I have to stretch my neck out to be chopped off? Yi Yuan said. Peng Hai, seeing that Yi Yuan seemed to be loosening up, could not help being overjoyed in his heart. He was still too young in the end. Even though he was decisive in going for the kill and highly intelligent, slightly scaring him a bit and his confidence spilled out. But Peng Hai did not show the slightest hint on his face and said seriously, "That's easy. I can swear a heavenly Tao oath. This way you can put your mind at ease, right?" Once Yi Yuan heard, the expression on his face involuntarily eased up and said, "You swear a heavenly Tao oath first, then talk." Peng Hai seemed to be eager to save his master, and he did not hesitate either, directly swearing a heavenly Tao oath. "I, Peng Hai, take an oath in the name of heavenly Tao, as long as Yi Yuan releases young Lord Peng Yun, I, Peng Hai, absolutely won't kill him. If I violate this oath, heavenly Tao, please rain down punishment." Finished talking, Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said, "How is it? Now you can relax, right?" Yi Yuan nodded slightly and seemed to have finally set his mind at ease towards Peng Hai. He was just about to hand Peng Yun to Peng Hai, but heard Xiongzhan yell out, "Yi Yuan, don't believe him. This fellow definitely has ill intentions." Peng Hai did not expect for Xiongzhan to cut in rudely at this time. His expression could not help darkening slightly as he said, Xiongzhan, you don't slander people. I've already sworn the heavenly Tao oath. What else do you still want? Could it be that you want me to commit suicide before you're satisfied? Xiongzhan could not help choking up when he heard this. He could not find words to refute. He only faintly sensed that there was something amiss, that was why he voiced out to warn. But to really want him to say, he also could not say what was amiss. In the end, the Bear Clan's head was still not too useful. Yi Yuan just said with a faint smile, Senior Peng Hai even swore a deadly oath and Zi Feng was killed too. Of course he can be trusted. Catch well. As he said, Yi Yuan pushed lightly, pus. Hi plus ing Peng Yun to Peng Hai. Peng Hai gently received the unconscious Peng Yun, his expression instantly becoming grim. He handed Peng Yun to that youth behind him and said with a cold smile, He, you're still too young, believing people so easily. To dare hurt young Lord Peng Yun, everyone present today, apart from Yi Yuan, all have to die. Peng Hai was a notable figure of a region too. When had he been coerced by people like this before? Regarding Yi Yuan, he wished that he could kill and be merry after. But due to the heavenly Tao oath just now, he did not dare to make a move. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said, Senior, you already swore the heavenly Tao oath. How can you go against it? Peng Hai said with a loud guffaw, Young man, I only said to not kill you, but didn't say to not harm you. As long as I don't kill you and capture you back to slowly torture, the heavenly Tao oath won't descend punishment. Ah! At the thought of being proud of himself, Peng Hai could not help bursting into laughter but did not detect a hint of sneer flash across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. The laughter gradually stopped. Peng Hai seethed with killing intent and said, Boy, you have much to learn. Peng Hai's overwhelming aura was released, making everyone's faces all change color, including Xiongzhan. But right at this time, a tragic cry broke apart this abnormal atmosphere. Peng Hai's imposing momentum suddenly ceased, instantly vanished. Hi plus ing without a trace. The pressure on everyone's body suddenly lightened. This miserable cry was naturally emitted out of Peng Yun. When Peng Hai saw this scene, his expression could not help changing drastically. Boy, what did you do to him? Peng Hai questioned. Yi Yuan laughed and said, I already gave you a chance, but you yourself don't know how to grasp it well. This time I even showed leniency. His injuries still have a chance to be treated. However, there won't be a next chance. Talking until the back, Yi Yuan's tone gradually became icy, killing intent seething. How could Peng Hai's tiny trick possibly hoodwink Yi Yuan? This sort of hole to crawl through in a heavenly Tao oath, it was long played rotten at the divine realm. This Peng Hai actually still used this sort of small trick to bluff him. Simply courting death. Yi Yuan and Fiery's thoughts were already interconnected. Earlier, Yi Yuan inserted a wisp of Fiery's clone into Peng Yun's meridians. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could take Peng Yun's little life at any time. Hence, whether or not Peng Yun was in Yi Yuan's hands, it was actually all the same. Peng Hai took back Peng Yun and thought that he deceived Yi Yuan, but never dreamed that he was actually being toyed with within Yi Yuan's palm all along. As long as Peng Yun did not die, even if Peng Hai had greater fury, he had to force it back too. You! What a terrific lad! What a fine dragon lord! Today's matter, this Peng has remembered it. Make sure not to fall into this Peng's hands. Let's go. Finished talking, Peng Hai brought Peng Yun and left without even turning back. After Peng Hai left, the Purple Flood Dragon clan immediately scattered like birds and animals. They had already betrayed the Darkfiend Tiger clan, and could not possibly be accepted by the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan too. In the future, they could only find a place to tuck their tails and live. Xiongzhan came to Yi Yuan's side. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan again was filled with veneration. Yes, a Tier 6 expert, produced a mentality called veneration towards a Tier 4 Soul Sea Realm martial artist. Today's matter's unforeseen accidents were too great. Xiongzhan had already made the preparations for his entire clan to die. But this Tier 4 youth before his eyes actually relied on his own strength to overturn the raging tides. Truly heaven-defying. The entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan only survived thanks to Yi Yuan. Counting in Yi Yuan helping him to remove fire poison prior to this, within one short day, Yi Yuan already saved him, this Tier 6 powerhouse, twice. This favor was Ma's sieve. Xiongzhan represents the entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan to thank Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Xiongzhan came in front of Yi Yuan and bowed deeply. Yi Yuan supported Xiongzhan and said smilingly, Clan head Xiongzhan don't need to be courteous. I'm not some Dragon Lord, Your Excellency. Just now I only set off as the Dragon Lord due to circumstances. Xiongzhan said in amazement, You possess Orthodox Dragon race bloodline and also have a reverse scale on your body. How could you possibly not be Dragon Lord, His Excellency? Yi Yuan said with a chuckle, Yes means yes, no means no. Why would I need to be pretentious? Alright, this matter is over. I should move out and head for the Darkfiend Tiger clan. Chapter 658. Real and Fake Dragon Lord. Chapter 658. Real and Fake Dragon Lord. Will the Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan stage a comeback and take revenge on us or not? Xiongzhan said with a heart loaded with anxiety. The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was famed for being domineering. Losing such an immense amount of face here today, it was impossible for it to be dropped like this. Once they came to take revenge, the Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan would be the first to bear the brunt. With the Bear clan's present strength, they could not even resist a ping high. It was completely impossible to be their match. Yi Yuan smiled and said, No need to worry. If that Great Rock clan really cares about this whatever young Lord Ping Yun's life, they shouldn't come over in the short term. Xiongzhan raised his eyebrows and asked, What's the meaning of that, Dragon Lord? Having the meridians burned by my essence fire, how can wanting to treat it be that easy? If the Great Rock clan doesn't have a shaman with superb alchemy path strength, they would most likely still have to come and beg me in the end, Yi Yuan said confidently. Burning the meridians could be divided into many different types. Since Yi Yuan took action, how could he finish the job carelessly and leave behind future trouble for himself? After that Ping Yun returned, he more or less had to suffer for a while too. How could the Great Rock clan be in the mood to deal with a puny little bear clan? The moment Xiongzhan recalled Yi Yuan's fire-controlling measures that reached the acme of perfection, he could not help shuddering. This essence fire could treat people, could naturally also ruin people. If Yi Yuan gave him a shot when he was treating him, he would have long been burned to ashes now. With Yi Yuan's ability, wanting to perform a bit of trickery in Peng Yun's meridians was simply too easy. Dragon Lord indeed has great skills. Xiongzhan admires. However, since Dragon Lord wants to go to the Darkfiend Tiger clan, I'll travel together with you then. The Rock clan is concocting a sinister plot. I must inform Lord Hu Yin. Additionally, I'm also a little worried about Lord Hu Yin, Xiongzhan said. Peng Yun's words made Xiongzhan very concerned about Hu Yan's safety. He definitely would not be at ease without going to the Darkfiend Tiger clan to take a look. Regarding Xiongzhan insisting on addressing him as Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan did not rectify. He already explained it before. Whether Xiongzhan believed or not was his matter. As for Xiongzhan accompanying him to the Darkfiend Tiger clan, Yi Yuan naturally did not have any objections. With Xiongzhan, this head clan's recommendation, presumably, going to the Darkfiend Tiger clan would be much easier. At this time, Yu Xin and Yu Shu's guide mission was naturally considered completed too. Under Yi Yuan's request, Xiongzhan arranged for Xiongtai to personally send the two of them back to the clan. In between this naturally still could not dispense with reluctance to part. But the two of them were considered sensible too and knew that the matters at the back were not what they could get involved in. Of course, Yi Yuan refined a few kinds of medicinal pills for the two of them. Guaranteeing them to break through to middle stage Tier 5 naturally did not have too big an issue. Settling everything, Yi Yuan headed for the Dark Fiend Tiger clan's territory together with Xiongzhan. Arg! Pain. It hurts to death. Let me die. Sea Clan head, kill me. In the Rock Clan, a series of miserable wails transmitted out from time to time, sounding incomparably pitiful and shrill. These miserable wails were naturally from none other than precisely the Ping Yun, whose meridians were burned by Yi Yuan. Seeing that wretched appearance of Ping Yun's, clan head Ping Tian's brows involuntarily knitted together. What are you all getting paid for? Yun'er only had his meridians burned by a Tier 5 essence fire. You guys are all Tier 6 shamans and are actually at a loss on what to do? The Thousand Mountain Great Rock Clan was one of the two strongest demon clans in Dongming region. Among them, Tier 6 powerhouses were plenty. There was naturally no lack of Tier 6 shamans. It was just that among these Tier 6 shamans, there was actually not a single one who could treat Ping Yun's injuries, leaving him no choice but to be furious. Ping Yun's Kuan Peng bloodline was hard to come by in hundreds of years. If there were any mishap, Peng Tian would really rampage. A Tier 6 shaman among them came forward and said, "Clan head, Peng Yun's meridian burns are extraordinary. The methods of the person who executed the skill are extremely ingenious. The positions of some burns are very sensitive. A careless move and not only will it not treat his injuries, but it might also even damage his meridians instead, making a fool of oneself by trying to be clever. Currently, this sort of situation, we can only suppress his injuries with medicinal pills to prevent them from deteriorating." Peng Tian's expression was dark. Clearly, he was very displeased towards such an excuse. "Then your meaning is to let Yun'er carry on like this all the way?" That shaman hurriedly said, "This. In order to untie the knot, the one who tied it is required. This person's skills is exceedingly exquisite and understands the meridians of demons extremely well. His shamanic path strength is absolutely above ours. If he came, he would surely be able to treat young lord's meridians." The alchemy path was called the shamanic path among demons, but it was merely the form of address that was different. The principle was all interlinked. What was different was that the division of the demon race's meridians was vastly different from the human race. In the entire divine realm, those able to cultivate both the human race's and demon race's alchemy path to this sort of realm was also just Yi Yuan. During his previous life, Ji Qingyun had no shortage of being invited by the demon race's major powers to refine pills to save people. He had a ma's sieve number of connections among the demon races too. Peng Tian suddenly waved his hand, indicating for those shamans to withdraw. After they left, Peng Tian suddenly said, "Peng Hai, you're certain that the one you guys ran into was the Dragon Lord?" Peng Hai had been standing at one side with his hands by the sides all along, not daring to speak. Only seeing Peng Tian question at this time, did he answer. He said, "Yes, clan head. This subordinate saw the reverse scale on his body with my own eyes. I absolutely won't be mistaken." Peng Tian said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Then why have I already received news on my side that the Dragon Lord has already appeared at the Dark Fiend Tiger clan?" Peng Hai could not help being greatly surprised when he heard. Calculating according to the time, Yi Yuan should just be reaching the Dark Fiend Tiger clan right now. But the news Peng Tian received was clearly already several days ago. Didn't that mean that two Dragon Lords appeared at the same time? What in the world was going on here? Clan head, this. Peng Hai knew that Peng Tian absolutely would not be joking with him, and could not help becoming absent-minded. Looks like the Dragon Lord coming into being this time will be quite fun. Peng Hai, you immediately depart for the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan now, and find that boy called Yi Yuan. No matter how great a price you expend, you must make him treat Peng Yun, Peng Tian said. This, Peng Hai said worriedly. Rest assured. Even if Hu Yen isn't dead right now, he definitely can't even fend for himself too. They won't dare to do anything to you. I'll only give you 4 words. Act according to circumstances. Got it? Peng Tian said. Peng Hai knew that this calamity could not be avoided and could only nod his head and said, Yes. Subordinate understands. Halt. Who are you people? Yi Yuan and Xiongzhan arrived at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan and was stopped by people very quickly. Xiongzhan took a step forward and reported his family clan. I'm the Firesource True Dipper Bear Clan's clan head, Xiongzhan. I have important matters to request an audience with Lord Hu Rong. This one beside me is this generation's Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan. But who knew that Tiger Clan member's expression changed and he said, Xiongzhan, such immense gall you have. What are your motives for bringing a fake Dragon Lord forward to the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan? Xiongzhan could not help being stupefied when he heard that. Taking a look at the Yi Yuan beside him, then glancing at that Tiger Clan member, he said, You don't make slanderous remarks. Yi Yuan possesses true dragon bloodline and has a reverse scale on him too. Who is he if not the Dragon Lord? Chapter 659. Tiger Clans Call into Question. Chapter 659. Tiger Clans Call into Question. Then, that's strange. The Dragon Lord is clearly a guest inside my Tiger Clan currently. Why would another Dragon Lord appear out of thin air? Come men. Take down these 2 people concocting a sinister plot for me, and await disposal. The Tiger Clan member said with a cold smile. In his view, this Xiongzhan fabricating a Dragon Lord definitely had malicious motive. Right then, Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, You see. I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord, right? But you just didn't believe. Now we've made a fool out of ourselves, right? When Yi Yuan said these words, the Tiger Clan member naturally felt that he was weaseling his way out. Wicked plot failed to prevail, so he wanted to use such a method to escape. How could it be that easy? Heh, thinking of going back on your words now? Too late. The Tiger Clan member's expression changed as he extended his hand like capturing Yi Yuan away. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed. The dragon pressure in his body erupted out abruptly. Bang! Yi Yuan's palm directly sent that Tiger Clan member flying. This tiger was an initial stage tier 5 who originally thought that taking down Yi Yuan, wasn't it still easily done? But who knew that Yi Yuan actually defeated him in one move? Very clearly, Yi Yuan did not wish to blow the matter up and already pulled his punches. Yi Yuan's attack was not heavy. The injuries on this tiger's body were not severe. It was just that the dragon pressure Yi Yuan emitted made him greatly astonished. This dragon pressure was extremely pure. What was this if not orthodox dragon race bloodline? This. How could there be 2 dragon lords showing up? Who is it? To actually dare act wildly in my Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. The commotion here finally attracted quite a number of Tiger Clan members. A youth took the lead and came forward to rebuke. Yi Yuan said coolly, We came to deliver news out of goodwill, and your Tiger Clan wants to capture people right away. Is this your way of treating guests? And, human? Said that youth in surprise. Young Lord Hu Shao, this person possess extremely pure dragon blood. Just now, he even called himself a dragon lord. That tiger who was beaten down by Yi Yuan already recovered at this time and came forward to clarify the situation. This youth was actually the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's young lord. Hearing his clansmen say so, Hu Zhao's brows raised up, and he said with a mocking laugh, Dragon Lord? What a joke! Yi Yuan took a look at Hu Shao and said coolly, Young Lord Hu Shao, is it? It's just a misunderstanding. I possess dragon blood and gave birth to a reverse scale. Previously, I was forced to impersonate as the Dragon Lord and fought a great battle with Peng Yun. That's why Senior Xiongzhan would be mistaken about me. You exchanged blows with Peng Yun? Haha. What a colossal joke. How could your bit of strength possibly be Peng Yun's match? Hu Shao seemed to have heard some hilarious joke. Yi Yuan was merely just middle stage tier 4. How could he possibly be Peng Yun's match? When boasting, one needed to boast something a bit more believable too. Xiongzhan did not speak the entire time. But hearing Hu Shao be so contemptuous towards Yi Yuan at this time, he was displeased. Young Lord Hu Shao, this matter is absolutely true. My entire Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan can bear witness for him. If not for Yi Yuan, my Fire Source True Dipper Bear clan would have been fully exterminated already. Old Xiong, I came here today in order to report this matter to Lord Hu Rong. Didn't expect that I was actually taken to have ulterior motives. Humph. Yi Yuan, let's go. Didn't think that after my bear clan resisted foreign enemies with a will to die, what it exchanged for was such a result. Lord Hu Yen had no news for many years. Looks like the Darkfiend Tiger clan has really gone sour. The Tiger clan's ATTI. Tude also deeply hurt Xiongzhan's heart, making him, a high elder, feel bitterly disappointed. Recalling back then when Lord Hu Yen was around, the Darkfiend Tiger clan quashed the Thousand Mountain Great Rock clan until they could not even lift their head. Now, haha. Xiongzhan did not bother with Hu Shao either, turning right around and left. Xiongzhan was, at any rate, a tier 6 expert. There were really not many people able to stop him. Right then, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Xiongzhan since who knows when and blocked his path. Younger brother Xiongzhan, don't get angry. Young people are insensible. Don't haggle about it with them. You're my Darkfiend Tiger clan domain's high elder. Anyone might have ulterior motives, but you won't even have any, the person said to Xiongzhan with a smile, like old friends catching up. When Xiongzhan saw the arrival, his eyes involuntarily reddened as he said, Lord Hu Rong, long time no see. Hu Rong sighed lightly and said, sigh, yes, really long time no see. Inside the clan, when Hu Rong heard Xiongzhan's battle report, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan deeply. He was seriously unable to imagine how this tier 4 youth before his eyes accomplished to this step. Xiongzhan's words sounded just like talking about a book from the heaven. There was no proof whatsoever. In the middle of a bunch of tier 5 and tier 6 experts, a tier 4 youth led the battle situation, making use of another person's hands to kill a tier 6 expert and severely injuring Peng Yun. This series of events sounded somewhat preposterous no matter what. When Xiongzhan finished talking, Hu Rong nodded his head and said, turns out that in between this, so many things actually happened. Younger brother Xiongzhan has worked hard. It's getting late today. You and this little brother rest in the clan first. I'll reward the two of you tomorrow with a feast tomorrow. Xiongzhan was not a fool and naturally could tell that Hu Rong did not believe the words he said. But Xiongzhan also knew that all of this that he said was seriously somewhat too fantastical to imagine. Listening to it really seemed like weaving a story. If he did not see with his own eyes but was relayed to him by other people, he definitely would not believe it. Xiongzhan nodded his head and turned around and left with Yi Yuan. After the two left, Hu Rong suddenly opened his mouth and said, Shower, how much of Xiongzhan's words do you think can be trusted? Hu Shao scurried out from inside and shook his head and said, this child feels that there isn't an iota of credibility, that Yi Yuan only has tier 4 strength. Even if he really had the ability to cross boundaries to battle, how could he possibly defeat Peng Yun? Furthermore, what the Rock clan is most proficient in is speed. To let a tier 4 martial artist go and compete in speed with a late-stage tier 5 Peng Yun. Isn't this a joke? Hu Rong nodded his head, but he did not comment anything. He then asked, is the person sent out already? Hu Shao nodded and said, already sent out. but the quickest most likely also needs 3 to 4 days' time before it can be thoroughly investigated. And Xiongzhan is our Dark Fiend Tiger Clan's elder. Back then, he received Big Brother's great grace. Presumably, he won't betray the Tiger Clan. Rather, that youth has unclear origins. There's no choice but to guard against him. If there's really any problem, it's almost certain to have been planned by that youth. Sigh. If Big Brother could take a turn for the better, we wouldn't be at an extent of quaking in our boots these few years either, akin to treading on thin ice. Hu Rong said. Sigh. That's also something that can't be helped. Hu Shao followed up with a sigh. Suddenly his eyebrows swiveled around, and he moved closer to Hu Rong and said, Uncle Rong, why not send somebody to go and test that boy a bit? Whether he's really capable or bragging, wouldn't it be out with a probe? You're saying, didn't that boy claim to be the Dragon Lord? Then let's make the Real Dragon Lord exchange blows with him, and see who's the real Dragon Lord. Hu Shao felt that this idea was pretty good and said proudly. Hu Rong's eyes lit up and he said, This idea is not bad. The Dragon Lord's ident. 1. Tai is extraordinary. Once he knows that somebody impersonated him, he probably won't tolerate the other party's existence. Chapter 660. Long Ting's Unexpected Invitation. Chapter 660. Long Ting's Unexpected Invitation. Yi Yuan, you're really not the Dragon Lord? After settling down, the first question Xiongzhan asked was ascertaining the issue of Yi Yuan's ident. 1 Tai. Yi Yuan said helplessly, I said that I wasn't the Dragon Lord long ago. But you clearly have a reverse scale on you. Apart from the Dragon Lord, how can a reverse scale possibly appear on the bodies of other people? Xiongzhan could not figure it out even after racking his brain. In this God prohibited demon region, a reverse scale would only appear on the bodies of the genuine dragon race. If Yi Yuan was not the Dragon Lord, who on earth was he? Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Who said that having a reverse scale is the Dragon Lord? Anyway, I'm indeed not the Dragon Lord. Xiongzhan was speechless and only said after a long time, All right then. Drop this matter for now. The news that we brought, Lord Hu Rong doesn't believe it at all. Sigh, talking about it is vexing too. If Lord Hu Yen was around, why would there be a need for me, this puny little bear race, to worry about this matter? What do you think we should do now? Yi Yuan said smilingly, One word, wait. Wait. Xiongzhan said, baffled. That's right. Just set your mind at ease and stay here will do. After a few days we'll naturally see the outcome, Yi Yuan said coolly, seemingly indifferent. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan's mind suddenly stirred, and he entered inside the vast heaven pag. Oda. Senior Long Ting, you're looking for me? A person appeared before Yi Yuan's eyes. It was precisely Long Ting. Ever since Yi Yuan obtained the vast heaven pag. Oh duh, this fellow had always been deep in slumber. This was still his first time coming out to speak, but did not know for what. But Long Ting frowned slightly and said, There's a dragon race's little B.A.S.T.A.R.D. nearby. Yi Yuan gave Long Ting a glance rather surprisedly, thinking to himself why did this fellow have such a great grievance towards the dragon race? Long Ting normally appeared to be unwilling to expend the tiniest speck of energy. That was why he was in a state of deep sleep all along. Today, for the sake of a nearby dragon, he actually materialized a clone out. Yi Yuan reckoned that this Dragon Lord was roughly similar in strength with that Hu Shao and Peng Yun too. To Long Ting, he was just a junior. Was there a need to raise such a big ruckus? Senior is impressive. There is indeed a dragon nearby. He claims to be the Dragon Lord, Yi Yuan said honestly. Even though he had not met the Dragon Lord, without a doubt, that fellow was definitely a dragon. Long Ting's expression turned cold, and he said to Yi Yuan, Dragon Lord? Heh, a creature who has an unduly high opinion of himself. What high-sounding sentiments! Yi Yuan, I don't care what method you use, you must thrash this fellow brutally for me. Beat him until he cries for his daddy and mummy. What a terrific fellow! Yi Yuan had not even met with him yet, and Long Ting made him be so ruthless. How great an enmity was this! Yi Yuan said smilingly, Hoo, this doesn't need much work. If my conjectures are right, that Dragon Lord will probably come to find trouble with me tomorrow. This Dragon Lord clearly had pretty good relations with the Tiger Clan. With Xiongzhan's protection, the Tiger Clan could not very well make a move on him too. Want to ascertain his actual situation, the Dragon Lord was undoubtedly the best option. As long as they disclosed the matter of Yi Yuan impersonating the Dragon Lord, most likely, the Dragon Lord definitely would not take things lying down. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Lung Ting's eyes lit up and he said, Like that then that's for the best. That punk's strength is a little stronger than yours. Let's begin special training now. You train properly for me. You must beat him down for me. Yi Yuan could not help being confused when he heard and said, making a frantic last-minute effort, there's no time, right? But Yi Yuan was still secretly quite startled in his heart. Long Ting should be very clear about his strength. He actually said that he was not that Dragon Lord's match. Looks like this Dragon Lord truly had a well-deserved reputation. No wonder every generation's Dragon Lord could all leave behind a legend in the God prohibited demon region. Looks like their strength could not be underestimated. The Void Escape Thunderous Explosion talismans in Yi Yuan's hands were already used up. Dealing with late-stage Tier 5 demons was still rather taxing. Long Ting casually fished out a piece of crystal stone and said, I say can make it means can make it. Yi Yuan's expression could not help changing when he saw the crystal stone in Long Ting's hand. A chaos gem. This brat really knows quite a bit. To actually even recognize chaos gems. One piece of chaos gem can make the vast heaven pag. Oh, does time flow slow down 60 times. Furthermore, it can last for 3 days. Therefore, you still have a night's time, which is also roughly 20 days' time. Long Ting said excitedly. Yi Yuan's face could not help turning black when he heard that and said, You said before previously that there's no way to make time flow become slow. Long Ting appeared slightly embarrassed. Said as he said, the chaos gems I have on hand are not many already. I naturally have to use them sparingly. Since you know about the chaos gem, you should also know its preciousness. Furthermore, with your comprehension abilities, you actually don't need to control time flow, isn't it so? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, Is that so? Does Senior feel that I'm so easy to hoodwink? Apologies, I don't wish to establish a powerful foe for no reason at all. This match can I not fight? Long Ting hurriedly said when he heard that, Don't. I'm really not bluffing you. The chaos gems I have on hand are really not many already. Yi Yuan said with a half-smile, Is that so? Long Ting could not help choking up as he said dejectedly, Speak then. What terms do you want? Yi Yuan was thrilled when he heard and said smilingly, Wouldn't it be done if you were so straightforward in advance? I don't want much either, just 10 pieces are enough. No way. At most 2 pieces. 8 pieces. Any lesser and there's nothing to talk about. Consider yourself ruthless. 5 pieces. Can't be any higher. I also just have a total of 20 pieces of chaos gems on hand. You know that I still have use for it myself. Fine. Deal. Yi Yuan agreed without any hesitation. Long Ting felt his flesh hurt. The muscles on his face were all spasming. Yi Yuan held the chaos gem in his hand and asked, How to use this thing? Long Ting said with a black face, Insert the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel will do. You're the vast heaven steel's owner now. This 180 days you can use them freely. Yi Yuan nodded his head and inserted the chaos gem into the vast heaven steel, according to what was said. Indeed, Yi Yuan very quickly sensed the time flow around him become slow. Right then, Long Ting fished out another small bottle, and threw it to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan received it, took a look, and in delight he said, "Heaven's heart earth nether milk. You only have 20 days time. Break through to the 6th level soul sea for me, then bash that fellow down for me. With this, there's no issue, right?" Long Ting said. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "If I can't even beat down the Dragon Lord like this, then what face do I still have to come and see Senior? You just wait here for my good news." Heaven's heart earth nether milk contained incomparably, extremely titanic amounts of essence energy. It was a superb item to use for cultivation. This one small bottle of Heaven's heart earth nether milk was extremely precious. To think that Long Ting actually brought it out casually. Looks like the treasures on this fellow's body was really quite a fair bit. In the past, what was given to those geniuses was most likely some trash goods. The genuinely good stuff was all stashed away himself. Looks like in the future, got to find a time to properly squeeze this old fellow. Chapter 661. Brutally Clobbering the Dragon Lord. Chapter 661. Brutally Clobbering the Dragon Lord. In the vast heaven pag. 20 days pass, said in a flash. In these 20 days, Yi Yuan relied on the Heaven's heart earth nether milk to successfully break through 2 levels in a row, finally breaking through to the 6th level soul sea. As long as he had sufficient essence energy to support, Yi Yuan's breakthroughs would only follow as a matter of course. But the Heaven's heart earth nether milk that Yi Yuan expended was also rather considerable. The essence energy he required to break through was too terrifying. "Do you remember all that I've told you?" Long Ting said. Yi Yuan shot Long Ting a strange look and said, "Senior is really going through painstaking efforts. You already said this much. If I don't pummel that fellow to a pig's head, wouldn't I let you down too much?" Long Ting did not have any intention of being embarrassed, said. He burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha! What I want is this sentence of yours." This time that Long Ting came out, Yi Yuan discovered that his temperament simply changed drastically. There was no hint at all of that sort of taciturn and steadiness from before. One could tell that Long Ting did not want to kill that Dragon Lord either. Just purely harboring the thought of beating up and humiliating the other party. Unfortunately, Yi Yuan became his hired thug. Of course, regardless of whether Yi Yuan was willing or not, this hired thug, could not run away. The next day, early morning, Yi Yuan just came out of the vast heaven pag. And heard a loud roar from outside the house. "Little thief Yi Yuan! Scram outside for this Dragon Lord! A mere human actually dares to pass off as the Dragon Lord? I think that you're tired of living." Yi Yuan left the house but just happened to be MP into Xiongzhan. When Xiongzhan saw Yi Yuan, he was so shocked that his jaw almost hit the ground. You broke through 2 minor boundaries? Breaking through 2 minor boundaries overnight. This was simply heaven-defying. Yi Yuan smiled but did not explain anything. This sort of thing, the more one explained, the more confusing it became. Might as well make it a mystery. Yi Yuan came outside the house and saw a young man in azure clothing. He said coolly, "Where is this dog from? Barking madly here early in the morning and disturbing people's sweet dreams?" The azure clothing youth snorted coldly and said, "I was wondering what kind of expert he was, to actually dare impersonate the name of Dragon Lord. Turns out that it's just a Tier 4 rookie. I'll give you one chance. Kneel before this Dragon Lord, and I can spare you from death." Yi Yuan's face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "So, you're this generation's V? Previously, I kept hearing how every generation's Dragon Lord is a hero of the world. Seeing it today, it really makes me too disappointed." The Dragon Lord's face darkened, and he said in a solemn voice, "How this Dragon Lord isn't up to you, this sort of trash, to comment. Looking at your appearance, you aren't planning on giving this Dragon Lord an account?" Yi Yuan said coolly, Want me to give an account, sure. That we'll have to see if you have that capability. Truly not shedding tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, I'll send you off. The Dragon Lord did not say another word. An outrageous dragon pressure directly erupted out, truly incomparably stunning. The two people's commotion was so great that there had already been quite a number of Darkfiend Tiger Clan members crowding over long ago. Even though the Darkfiend Tiger Clan had Divine Beast bloodline too, furthermore, considered a very powerful clan in the God prohibited demon region, compared to the Dragon Lord, it was still far too lacking. It was precisely because Dragon's bloodline was extremely pure that they could become every generation's king. Yi Yuan could not help smiling coldly when he saw the situation. The dragon pressure in his body abruptly erupted out at the same time. With this, everyone's faces all changed. Yi Yuan's bloodline power was actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. What's going on here? The dragon race bloodline power in this boy's body is actually even stronger than the Dragon Lord's. Really seeing ghosts. This boy is clearly a human. How can his bloodline power possibly be stronger than the Dragon Lord's? Could it be that the Dragon Lord in our clan all along was fake? The Darkfiend Tiger Clan members were discussing animatedly. It naturally could not hide from Dragon Lord's ears. These commenting sounds sounded so ear-piercing to him. He seriously could not figure out why the bloodline power in the body of a human would be even more powerful than his. How could he know that the dragon blood Yi Yuan refined was a half-divine beast blood essence? What kind of notion was a half-divine beast? That was an existence whose bloodline had already evolved towards the divine beast. The might and power were already formidable to an unimaginable extent. Their bloodline power already infinitely approached divine beast. Forget about him, a puny little dragon lord. Even if those dragon race major powers in the divine realm came, they might not be more powerful than Yi Yuan's bloodline power. If not for Yi Yuan's cultivation realm being too low, just based on his bloodline power, he would be able to crush this dragon lord until he could not lift his head. Furthermore, the dragon blood that Yi Yuan refined, there was still a large portion of energy incubating within his body. Following Yi Yuan's strength becoming increasingly stronger, the bloodline power in his body would also get more and more powerful. Yi Yuan broke through two minor boundaries overnight and stimulated another portion of dragon blood out. To want to suppress the Dragon Lord in terms of bloodline power, wasn't it still like playing? A mere human actually dares to steal dragon race bloodline? Death penalty. The Dragon Lord roared furiously and directly transformed into a phantom, attacking Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's aura abruptly erupted, directly breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage Soul C, reaching 8th level Soul C. Boom. The Dragon Lord, who had a tumultuous, imposing momentum, was directly struck, flying out. Then, the entire battle became Yi Yuan's solo performance. The insufferably arrogant Dragon Lord was directly reduced to Yi Yuan's sandbag, being beaten until he did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Each and every one of the surrounding Darkfiend Tiger Clan all had wide gaping mouths. Clearly, they were dumbfounded by this scene. In their view, the Dragon Lord was an ever-victorious existence. This battle should be a one-sided one. And right now it was indeed one-sided. It was just that the winning and losing sides were reversed. The Dragon Lord really wanted to explode. Yet, he already lost the initiative and did not even have the leeway to retaliate. How terrifying was Yi Yuan's strength. Disregarding others, just solely on the subject of speed, the Dragon Lord could not even catch up by whipping his horse. Yi Yuan's speed was what even Peng Yun was powerless against, let alone the Dragon Lord. Though the dragon race's strength was formidable, speed was not their strong point. Just in terms of speed, Yi Yuan was established in an undefeatable position. Often, when Yi Yuan's attack landed, the Dragon Lord had yet to hit the ground and was directly intercepted in midair by Yi Yuan already. Under such a speed, it was practically something impossible for the Dragon Lord to want to counterattack. When experts exchanged moves, losing the initiative was equivalent to losing one's life. The Dragon Lord's evaluation of Yi Yuan's strength in the beginning was severely lacking, resulting in somewhat underestimating the opponent. Who could have thought that once Yi Yuan made a move, it would be earth-shattering? Actually, even if Yi Yuan broke through 2 minor boundaries originally, adding in the Origin Spirit 9 transformations, it was also not possible to beat the Dragon Lord until like this. In between this naturally still had some matters that had no need to let others know. At the same time that the Dragon Lord was getting a beating, he was unbelievably perplexed. He was puzzled why Yi Yuan was so clear about his weak point. He just stuck his B-U-T out, and Yi Yuan knew what was going to come out. In addition, losing the initiative right from the beginning, the Dragon Lord was passive in all respects right now, getting a beating all over. It was also uncertain how long had said. Yi Yuan's attacks suddenly ceased. Only then did those surrounding Tiger Clan members finally come back to their sense. Their gaze when looking at Yi Yuan was filled with awe and veneration. Looking at the Dragon Lord again. He was already pummeled until looking like a pig's head. Chapter 662. Who dares to touch my big brother? Chapter 662. Who dares to touch my big brother? Everyone looked at this scene in horror. They were speechless for a long while. Each generation's Dragon Lord were all legends. This was a sentence said down in the God prohibited demon region. However, what happened? Here now? Too subverting. If let's say the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan fought until neither could gain an upper hand, they could accept it. To say that the Dragon Lord and Yi Yuan had a great battle for hundreds of rounds, then was defeated, they could accept that too. However, how was this some fight? It was simply Yi Yuan's one-sided abusing. When did Dragon Lords become so noob? Bloodline power can't match up to this little lord, so you say that little lord's dragon race bloodline power was stolen. If you have the capabilities, steal one for me to see. Yi Yuan looked at the pighead-like Dragon Lord and said with a cold smile. Yeah. To talk about stealing inferior dragon blood, that was not impossible. But the dragon blood in Yi Yuan's body was too pure, even purer than the Dragon Lord's. Dragon blood like this, regardless of whether it was placed, it would be a supreme treasure. Wanting to steal was simply impossible. Such slandering was way too groundless. Uncle Rong, isn't this Yi Yuan's strength too formidable? The Dragon Lord didn't have the strength to counterattack in front of him at all. Hu Zhao's tone was somewhat quivering. Clearly, he was alarmed by Yi Yuan's strength. Hu Zhao's strength and the Dragon Lord's were also almost the same. Yi Yuan could easily defeat the Dragon Lord, indicating that his strength was definitely above his. Previously, he doubted if Yi Yuan had this strength to defeat Ping Yun or not. But now Yi Yuan used strength to prove everything. Hu Rong had a look of astonishment too. But he shook his head and said, "This Yi Yuan's fighting style seems to curb the Dragon Lord quite a lot. Plus, his own strength is super strong. That's why the Dragon Lord could not use the slightest strength to retaliate. If judging according to both parties' strength, the Dragon Lord might not lose to him much. It's just that Yi Yuan seems to be intentionally humiliating the Dragon Lord. This isn't some good sign. This fellow isn't deliberately sowing dissension between the Dragon Lord and our Darkfiend Tiger Clan's relations. Hi+P, right?" Hu Zhao's expression changed, and he said, "When he came yesterday, he was clearly only 4th level Soul C. He actually broke through 2 minor realms overnight. Too bizarre. This fellow's origins are unclear, and his strength is formidable. We must be on guard." Su Rong frowned and said, "Could it be? The Bear Clan really betrayed us?" "Uncle Rong, people's heart is hard to fathom. Him not betraying in the past doesn't mean not betraying now. This boy called Yi Yuan, the timing he appeared is too coincidental. In my view, he's definitely here for the Azure Spirit Tree. Our Tiger Clan has been plotting all along for these 10 years in order to capture this Azure Spirit Tree. Now, when it's finally time to draw the net in, not the tiniest bit of accident can be tolerated. Hu Rong nodded and said, "Shower, what you said is right. This boy's origins are unclear. Even if we don't kill him, we also have to detain him first before talking. Wait until we capture the Azure Spirit Tree and save Big Brother. It's not too late to release him then." Finished talking, Hu Rong's figure flashed and stared at Yi Yuan with a dark expression as he said, "Boy, you actually dare to beat our Tiger Clan's esteemed guest until like this. What intentions do you have?" Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, but he had yet to speak when Xiongzhan came forward and beat him to it. It was this fellow himself who provoked first. It was plain for everybody to see. Who can be blamed for his strength to be lacking himself and getting beaten until like this by Yi Yuan? Hu Rong, aren't you going too far like this? Unknowingly, Xiongzhan's address towards Hu Rong also quietly underwent a change. Very clearly, he felt very disappointed by the Tiger Clan's current sort of situation. Otherwise, with Xiongzhan's forthrightness, a personality that would rather sacrifice the entire clan than be willing to surrender, he definitely would not be this way. Hu Rong clearly also did not expect that the all-along staunch and steadfast Xiongzhan would actually take the lead to rebuke him. His expression involuntarily darkened as he reproached, "Xiongzhan, looks if you've really changed. Say then, just what intentions do you have for entering the Tiger Clan in collusion with this boy this time?" Hu Rong's words were like a knife, cutting viciously on Xiongzhan's heart. That sort of pain, there was no way of using words to describe it. "Senior Xiongzhan, no need to waste your breath. This person is prone to suspicion. The more you explain, the more he feels that you have ulterior motive. Since this place doesn't welcome us, let's go," Yi Yuan said coolly. "Showed your true colors, right? Heh, brat who overestimated his own ability. You don't think that you can leave this place by relying on the strength of you two, right?" Hu Rong said with a cold smile. As he said, Hu Rong's powerful aura enveloped Yi Yuan duo inside fully. This Hu Rong was late-stage Tier 6 strength. It was totally not what Yi Yuan duo could withstand. Right at this time, a pure yet powerful pressure crept over. Everyone's faces changed. Those Tiger Clan members whose strength slightly weaker all knelt down in submission without prior consultation. This was the divine beast pressure belonging to the Tiger race. It was not strong, only initial stage Tier 5 strength. But this pressure was much more unadulterated compared to Hu Rong, this sort of inferior brand. Hu Rong's face changed as he said, This is Tiger Lord, His Excellency's pressure. Why is he here?" A young profile slowly appeared in everyone's sights. This young man looked rather like a half-grown child. He was dignified and strong, but with an appearance still possessing childish innocence. Once this Tiger race pressure descended, Yi Yuan's mind stirred. This pressure actually seemed familiar. But when this young man appeared, Yi Yuan could not help being uncertain. Because he had never seen this young man before. "Who dares to touch my big brother?" the youth said with a rather childish voice. Hearing these words, everyone's reaction was all very different. Hu Rong's expression changed, and his face revealed a look of dread. His gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became different. While Yi Yuan's eyes gleamed with light as he looked at that dignified and strong-looking young man, the youth had his back facing Yi Yuan currently. He suddenly turned out and flashed Yi Yuan a bright smile. Yi Yuan started smiling too, his laughter becoming increasingly bigger. Until the two people laughed loud and long and had a fierce embrace. Who was this youth, if not the white light after taking form? "Stinking brat. A few days of not seeing, and you actually took form successfully already." Yi Yuan chortled with laughter as he slammed a fist onto the youth's chest with indescribable excitement. He was still worried about White Light's safety previously, afraid that he was stuck in the essence-devouring confounding fog. Yi Yuan originally planned on coming to the Tiger Clan to inquire about it. Who knew that he actually stirred up such trouble with the Tiger Clan? He did not expect that White Light was actually at the Dark Fiend Tiger Clan. Furthermore, he succeeded in taking form. Haha. If I don't hurry up and take form, I wouldn't be able to keep up with Big Brother's speed. I'm an exalted divine beast progeny. I can't drag Big Brother down no matter what. White Light said with a big laugh. The two people started chatting like no one else was around. But Hu Rong's expression became increasingly uglier. He never would have thought that the Tiger Lord would actually think of Yi Yuan as his brother. Looking at the appearance, the two people's relations, Hi+P was good enough until they could wear one pair of trousers. What to do? Right then, another figure appeared inside the Tiger Clan. Haha. The Dark Fiend Tiger Clan is so lively. Looks like I came really just in time. Chapter 663. Looting a Burning House. Chapter 663. Looting a burning house. Once this person appeared, the atmosphere immediately became tense. The Tiger Clan members had a look akin to facing a great enemy. They were clearly very fearful of the arrival. The moment that person saw the Tiger Clan members' appearances, he could not help laughing. Haha. Everyone, I don't have ill intentions. I'm here to find Mr. Yi. Hu Rong's expression changed once more. His gaze involuntarily looked towards Yi Yuan on alert. The arrival was none other than precisely the Peng Hai who was sent over by Peng Tian. Yi Yuan, aren't you going to give us an explanation? Tiger Lord, this person is harboring malicious intent, colluding with the Rock Clan with intent to attack the Tiger Clan. Hu Rong gritted his teeth and said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised looking by the side. White Light was clearly only Tier 5 cultivation, but Hu Rong seemed to be very fearful of him. Already to this sort of extent, and he actually had not fallen out with White Light yet. White Light snorted coldly and said, Explain about what? Whatever my big brother says, that's how it is. With me around, how can my big brother be detrimental towards the Tiger Clan? Shut your mouth up and listen to what he has to say. White Light had a childish voice when talking, but was imposing and domineering, making Yi Yuan keep on wanting to laugh. Yi Yuan shot Peng Hai a nonchalant look and said, Since you came, you still dare to play this sort of petty tricks with me? I think you're complaining that Peng Yuan has lived for too long, right? Peng Hai was still snickering just now. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, his expression suddenly changed. Indeed, he was rash just now and purely wanted to implicate Yi Yuan a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan actually guessed his purpose for coming long ago. Looks like the injuries on Peng Yun's body was totally intentional by Yi Yuan. Having such a precise grasp on Peng Yun's injuries, this Yi Yuan was simply too terrifying. Cough cough that. Didn't I not have chance to say yet? Haha. Peng Hai landed in the field as he said awkwardly. Hu Rong and the others still had a manner as if they were facing a great enemy. Furthermore, they became even more cautious. Although Hu Rong's strength was above Peng Hai's, who knew if he had brought numerous Rock Clan experts over behind him or not. Moreover, they did not receive any news beforehand. This was the scariest. Since Lord Hu Rong wants an explanation, then you give it to him. Yi Yuan said it coolly, but everyone was anxious and uncertain. Hu Rong and the others were not fools either. They could also tell from Peng Hai's look that he was very wary of Yi Yuan. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, Peng Yun's small life seemed to be grasped in the hands of Yi Yuan. That was to say, Yi Yuan and Peng Hai were not together? Could it be that those words Yi Yuan said previously were all true? Once the thought hit, Hu Rong's entire person was somewhat ruffled. Peng Hai smiled awkwardly and said, Hu Rong, you don't need to be like this. I'm here to make peace with your Tiger Clan on behalf of the Rock Clan. Make peace. Hu Rong doubted if his own ears heard wrongly or not. Now at this time, it was precisely when the Tiger Clan was the weakest, and the Rock Clan the stronger. Peng Hai actually came to find him to negotiate peace. This bunch of fellows wouldn't have eaten the wrong medicine, right? Hu Rong unwittingly looked over towards Yi Yuan once more. What in the world did this fellow do, to actually be able to let the 1,000-mountain Great Rock clan make peace at any cost? That's right. It's make peace. Mr. Yi, I wonder if you're still satisfied with this explanation? Peng Hai looked at Yi Yuan and said. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, What has it got to do with me whether you guys make peace or not? What I want isn't this explanation. Peng Hai's heart went slightly cold. Could it be that kissing S kissed onto the foot? He saw that Yi Yuan and that Tiger Lord's relations, Hi+P, was very intimate and would definitely stand on the Tiger Clan's standpoint. That was why he gave rise to this idea. Who knew that Yi Yuan did not buy it at all? Looks like the Tiger Clan offended Yi Yuan badly. Yet, Yi Yuan's words made Hu Rong's heart quiver. This peace negotiation that had come to an agreement was gone just like that? Honestly speaking, the Rock Clan suggesting peace negotiations right now, they were more than happy to welcome it. Why would they refuse? But Yi Yuan, this fellow actually messed up the peace negotiations with one sentence. Like the saying went, don't wash dirty linen in public. Actually, Peng Hai also did not wish to let the Tiger Clan know about the news of Peng Yun almost getting crippled. But at this time, he clearly could not hide it anymore and could only come clean. Actually, I came here this time to invite Mr. Yi to be a guest at our Rock Clan and treat our young Lord Peng Yun's injuries with your added. Previously, we had understandings between us, resulting in causing some unnecessary trouble. Peng Hai spoke with fervor and assurance, briefly describing the events that happened on that day. It was actually not much different from Xiongzhan's. Forget about being a guest. I don't wish to cross the Rubicon, sup 1/sup. Anyway, why should I treat Peng Yun's injuries? If you didn't harbor devious thoughts back then, you also wouldn't have ended up coming to beg me in an obsequious manner now, Yi Yuan said coolly. Peng Hai had an awkward look as he said, Whatever terms Mr. Yi has, feel free to state them. As long as my Rock Clan can accomplish it, we absolutely won't Hi+RK. Yi Yuan smiled rather wickedly as he said, Really? Seeing Yi Yuan's smile, Peng Hai's heart involuntarily palpitated a bit and had a foreboding premonition. But upon recalling Peng Tian's words before setting off, Peng Hai could not help nodding his head fiercely. Yi Yuan said, I want 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence. Don't tell me you don't have. Peng Hai nearly jumped up. He pointed at Yi Yuan and said, You're looting a burning house here. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I knew that you'd have this reaction. I only stated the price. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Furthermore, I feel that using 3 drops of Kuan Peng blood essence to exchange for Peng Yun's life, it's still you guys who got off real cheap. You think about it, the Kuan Peng blood essence that you all expended on him far surpa, as said 3 drops, right? Yi Yuan understood quite a bit about the demon race's situation and knew that in demonic beasts' progeny clans, they generally had their own sacred ground. That was the place to enshrine and wars. Hi+P forefathers. Before demons died, they would normally all enter the sacred ground and contribute a portion of their own blood essence. Inside the sacred ground had this power that could cleanse and purify bloodline, letting the blood essence rank rise. But this process was exceedingly slow. Furthermore, every generation's demon clan would expend blood essence. Hence, the blood essence that every clan stored in reserve was not considered much. Actually, Yi Yuan only want to probe a bit just now. Because what he understood was just the Divine Realm's demon clan situation. He did not think that the demon clans inside the God prohibited demon region really had blood essence reserve. Kuan Peng blood essence was an extremely valuable divine beast bloodline too. Although it could not compare to dragon race bloodline, it was also an exceptionally high-grade bloodline. Of course, the Kuan Pung blood essence that the 1,000 Mountain Great Rock clan stored was definitely unable to compare to the dragon blood that Yi Yuan swallowed. The two were not on the same level at all. Ping Hai's expression changed several times, and he said, "This matter's stake is too significant. I can't make the decision and must ask for instructions from the clan head. If clan head agrees, the Kuan Pung blood essence should be able to be delivered within 3 days." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right. I'll wait for your news. Our matter is settled. You guys continue. How it should be, let it happen. Make sure not to give me face." Hurong's expression changed when he heard that. His gaze involuntarily looked towards White Light Imbara. As Sedley and said, "Tiger Lord." White Light turned the whites of his eyes up at him and said crossly, "Who asked you all to not know good from bad and offended my big brother. Now you know his prowess, right?"